What's up, motherfuckers? We are back, and this episode is sponsored by Shooter Lube, America's best gun care system. With the military-grade cleaning solvent, our new technology has you cleaning your gun better than ever. It's excuse me, it's odorless. There's no water. It fully evaporates, leaves no residue, no hazardous ingredients per the EPA. High flashpoint, non-corrosive. It does not freeze, and it's non-flammable. The Extreme Weapons Oil is biodegradable, non-flammable, non-toxic. It's 100% synthetic. There's low odor. It's non-staining, and it offers rust and corrosion protection, and obviously reduces wear and friction. Shooter Lube offers free shipping on orders. Oh my God, I can't fucking talk today. Shooter Lube offers free shipping on orders over $35 with a 100% money back guarantee. Join the revolution by going to shooterlube.com and using promo code SINGER to save 10% today. This episode of the podcast is also sponsored by Werner Elements. However, the promo today is a little bit different. You're going to go to wehost.wernerelements.com, okay? Because what the new sponsor is powerful shared web hosting. So for less than $99 a year, you guys will be able to get annual web hosting, unlimited storage space, unlimited bandwidth, free domain registration, unlimited email addresses, 24/7 support, and a carbon-free footprint. So go to wehost.wernerelements.com and use promo code SINGER at checkout, and that code is active today, and it is exclusive for the Extravaganza listeners. I think we nailed that promo. First time ever. First time for everything. I wish I could say I was proud of myself, but supposed to be able to get those done a lot faster. Also, guys, listen, if you haven't already, please make sure that you guys slap that thumbs up, smack the subscribe button, and punch that notification bell like it owes you money. That way you know when we're going to post new content, and it also helps the channel a ton. If you guys are listening on just the audio side on any of the streaming platforms, please hit follow or subscribe as well, and leave a 5-star review on iTunes if that's where you're doing your deal. Really, honestly, again, helps the podcast grow a ton. If you're feeling extra frisky, you can subscribe to the Patreon for as low as $2.99 a month. Go to patreon.com/JaredSingerLive, and then you can join the family if you want to be cheesy with it. And if for some reason you want to follow me on fucking Instagram or whatever, it's everything's Jared Singer Live. All the social medias are Jared Singer Live. All right, today's podcast guest is Dustin Korth. I've never met this guy. We're gonna see how this goes. Band seems dope. For real. Band named By the Thousands. These guys are fucking ridiculously good. Very cool band. Never met them before, never seen them live, but I have heard their record. Got a couple friends who are friends with these guys. In fact, my guitar player is very close friends with this guy. They grew up in fucking Nebraska together. So, yeah, with no further ado, please welcome to the podcast, Dustin Korth of By the Thousands. Yeah, so I'm always fascinated. What is it? One more time? What was the name of the band?
Dreaming of a Nightmare.
God, that's a bad one, dude. That's a bad one. So you came from Nebraska, and that was your band in Nebraska?
Yeah, that was my
that band
high school band. Yeah.
Okay, and then you came to Minneapolis to join Epicurean?
No, I originally was planning on moving to Minneapolis, actually.
And they found you?
They found me, via friends that I went to high school with.
So probably fucking Dalton.
No, actually. He actually went to my school as well, which is nuts.
Crazy.
It was through people from my high school, like really good friends of mine. My friend Chris Yeager actually helped him out. He basically approached me and he was just like approaching.
Scoot forward a little bit. Just so you're on camera.
Okay.
They can't see you. Scoot forward a little bit. There you go. Look at those pretty locks. Here, and then I'll even do one of these jobs. Go ahead.
Yeah, so anyway, they just like hit me up on Facebook. Actually, it was MySpace. They were just like, "You guys, are you just trying to like come here and like join this band?" I was just like,
So wait, hold on though. So what were you just in like a shitty high school band, or was your high school band really good?
I think we
were
were
you
good
making
for...
were you like building a name? Did you open for them when they came through on tour? Like how does a band that was signed at the time find a young up and coming guitarist out of state? And that, like, there's just so many, to me, there's it's like a badly written movie right now.
Yeah.
Like there's so many holes in this plot.
Oh,
I can't keep up. So that's when what was I'm sorry, dude. It's just such a bad band name.
Dreaming of a Nightmare.
Dreaming of a Nightmare. So were you guys like making waves locally down there?
Yeah, we were. We were one of the better bands.
Pull that mic closer to you. There you go.
It's so loud.
Yeah, go ahead. Turn it down.
Here we go.
Can you still hear me though?
Oh yeah.
Okay, perfect then.
Oh, it's just blasted.
Well, it was too quiet before, remember? So I turned you up.
So it was just so we were a decent band there. For all the bands that were in Grand Island, Nebraska. That's like in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, I mean I was like playing some leads and some shreddy stuff back then. And yeah. So they just knew me through Chris. Chris just went to college with them, and then the dudes in Epicurean basically hit up Chris and said, you know, am I able to take these off? It's like super boomy.
What's wrong with them? The
I'm
reason
just gonna take one off.
Is it driving you nuts?
Yeah,
Are you not
it's just
used
like
to
very like
fucking with you a little
impressed. Yeah.
Someday when I have better mics, we'll be able to do the podcast with no headphones.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, without them, we
Yeah.
can't monitor our own voices. So like we'll both eventually.
Mm-hmm.
There is a noise gate in there. We got to be a little careful about it. If I don't have that, you hear everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I was telling you before the podcast, they're not broadcast mics. They're fucking 58s.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not meant for this.
58s are expensive.
No, the 7Bs are expensive.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on what you say is expensive. Some people look at this microphone like an expensive microphone. $100 is a lot of money to some people.
Mm-hmm.
In the microphone world, this is the cheapest bracket you can be in and get any truly professional microphone. Anything under $100 is a toy. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
But in it's not a broadcast mic at all. And in fact, probably arguably the cheapest legitimate broadcast mic out there is the Shure SM7B. That's only $400.
That's true. Yeah.
Some of those.
It's the best one for like harsh vocals though, or one of the best.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not really going to argue because I don't have enough knowledge about like that kind of stuff, but I've heard stuff like that. Like it's famously referred to as the Thriller mic because Michael Jackson used it to record Thriller.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
It's used on a bunch of different Metallica albums. Every fucking podcaster that is worth their weight in salt, which isn't me, uses them. So Joe Rogan, everybody uses a SM7B because it's an easy mic to mix. Everybody knows what it sounds like, and it's on the lower end without sounding like shit. You know, I think some people would argue the EV is better. There's a few other competitors out there that are right around that same price point. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know any better. They all sound good to me at that point. I just like the look of the Shure. Like for a podcast scenario, it's sleek, it's black, it's got that built-on pop filter.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't look like a giant gold dick. You know, like the EV one is just right there. It's a baby arm holding an apple trying to shove it in your mouth. But so you're doing some pretty cool shit in Nebraska. You went to high school with my guitar player Dalton.
Yeah.
What was Dalton like in high school? Is he a weirdo?
I didn't really know him that well.
You get beat
in high
up
school,
a lot?
Actually. Maybe. I don't know.
You weren't that close with him?
No, he was older than me. He was my brother's age.
Okay.
Yeah. So he was in all the older bands. Like he was in a band. I wasn't in a band when I knew him. He was in a band called Pivot. Yeah. Dude, everybody loved him though.
I bet they were good, but that's like such a stereotype name for a high school band in that time period. You know what I mean? Like if you think about it, there's like...
I think it's better than Dreaming of a Night.
I was just going to say, it's actually not that bad of a name. I laughed because it's perfect. That's exactly what a band who's around in the late 90s, early 2000s.
They were kind of new metal.
Exactly.
It was like new metal meets pop punk.
Yep. And they probably got rid of the O and had 2 I's in there, so it was pivot.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know.
And I'm gonna go a step farther. I bet you the P and the T were super oversized, and then each letter got smaller, so the V was the smallest letter. So it kind of was like a.
I don't remember.
These are the design ideas of a high school student in their first band. Let's name the band Pivot. Let's respell it so it's not spelled correctly.
Yeah.
And then let's fucking try to logotize the shit out of it. So he was older than you. But this is what's mind-blowing to me. So they just hit you up out of the blue. I feel like this is a plot hole.
Just a buddy of mine who was also a musician went to my college, McNally Smith, like R.I.P.
Yeah, now it was a music tech or some shit.
Yeah, now it's a church, I think. But it used to be music tech. But yeah, no, a buddy of mine just hit me up on MySpace, and he knew Gensmer just from playing shows around here. So
what? And he like set it up like a matchmaker.
I think it was either Gensmer or John Laramie or something hit them back.
Crazy.
Or hit him up and said, "Do you know anybody at McNally Smith that's like a good guitar player?" And he's like, "Well, I don't know anybody here, but I know some dude from Nebraska."
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. And so did you drive up here to audition?
I did. Yeah.
What was that like? Coming from Nebraska to because I didn't realize that until I talked to Dalton when he got out of the Navy. Like, apparently, if you're from Nebraska, like Minneapolis is like kind of a big idea. Like, and it sounds so silly if you're from Minneapolis because we're a small town. So like guys are like, oh, LA and New York. But apparently, is this true? So if you're from Nebraska, it's like, oh my God, I'm Minneapolis. That's the the big time. That's where all the music comes from.
Mm-hmm.
That's true?
Yeah, I mean,
So were you, okay. So were you intimidated? Were you scared? Or were you like cocky? Were you like, I got this? What kind of headspace were you in driving?
I got this. I learned the songs in like 2 weeks.
Yeah, because there's some bitch-ass basic songs, Johns.
They weren't,
They're not. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
They're super technical. They're way above my pay grade.
There was like 20 riffs in each song. It was too much.
And that's why I said Johns, because there's everybody knows in this town that there was like 9 Johns in that band. Everyone was named John except for a guy named Jared.
Yeah, and then Eli.
Eventually a guy named Eli, but at one point in time, I'm pretty sure it was all Jareds.
And Chris Wiener.
Chris Wiener? Oh, there was a lot of people in that band before that, too.
Bill Hudson.
We'll get into that another time. There's a million fucking guys.
Yeah.
I think I vaguely remember John actually talking about this on the podcast. Is right after Major left, we got Dustin, and then we just kind of like moved on because we'd been beating that horse for a while. Okay. But so you drive up here from Nebraska.
Yep.
Mentally, you're solid, you said. Mm-hmm. You're like, I got this.
Yeah, but like meeting them.
How long was the drive?
The drive is 8 hours.
What are you doing during that drive? Are you listening to the music to make sure you got it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. See, I like
There's so much music to be listened to in 8 hours. So
when you're doing that, because you said you pretty much like had the songs down in 2 weeks, and then you make that drive. Why are you listening to the songs? Are you looking for little things you may have missed?
Just making sure I was familiar with the songs.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when push came to shove, when the hammer dropped, you were ready to throw down.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you weren't intimidated by the music, but you said meeting the guys was a little weird?
Well, the music at the beginning was definitely intimidating. Like, the first time I like tried to learn a song by ear. Too much. But at the same time.
No shit. So you just sat down and listened to the music and just ran for it.
Yeah. I had a Tascam thing that would slow down CDs. This was like 10 years ago. And I just learned the songs by ear. I think it was like 7 songs. Just 20 riffs per song. But yeah. Yeah, it was pretty intimidating, but I don't know. Yeah, meeting them was awesome though. I feel like they're all really sick.
Yeah.
That was kind of intimidating, like meeting them and realizing that they were all like super chill, like cool guys.
Yeah. But the craziest thing about this is I didn't know this. You mentioned this right before we started the podcast.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I vaguely remember some of this, maybe. I could just be like making it up too in my head, but like you were like, oh, you didn't know I was an Epicurean? I was like, no, what? Save it for the podcast. Okay. So the point is you really weren't in that band very long. And you actually said before the podcast, you said, I barely even feel comfortable saying I was ever in that band.
Yeah. Well, I technically wasn't. It was tour. It was one of their biggest tours.
Would you guys open for it?
Creator.
Here, pull that thing up and a little closer to you. There you go. That should be. You're so
it was just blocking you.
You're so worried about being loud. Don't worry about it, dude. If you're too loud, just turn your headphones down because you sound great in mine. And
awesome.
I'm watching the meter over there, and you're great on the meter. In fact, you might be a little quiet on the meter.
Okay.
That's why I keep pulling my back because I don't want to overdo you. I don't want to take over every time you talk.
Yeah.
And if I turn you up any louder, then I will start coming through your mic as well. And then there's this weird echo thing. Some people said they've commented, and some people say they kind of like it. I don't know about all that, man. Fucking might be a little drunk if you like the sound of fucking phased vocals. You know what I'm talking about?
Is that what was going on?
I mean, it's what it sounds like to me. You know, when you hear a slight delay because it's coming through two different interfaces. I don't like the way it sounds, but neither here nor there. So you were basically on tour with Epicurean for a tour. It was their biggest tour. And who did you, As I Lay Dying? Is that who you said?
No.
Who was it?
It was Creator and Exodus.
Exodus is that's pretty old school, man.
Yeah.
Creator, they're like a death metal band, aren't they?
No, Creator is like German thrash metal.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
That's how little I know about that style metal. Like, I've heard of that band, probably heard their music, can't remember what they sound like.
See, I wouldn't have listened to Creator if I wasn't on that tour. And then seeing them live every night was really sick.
Yeah.
Yeah. They headlined over Exodus. I was really surprised.
You probably had one of the steepest music business learning curves of all time then. Just short of a guy like Zakk Wylde. Honestly, do you know the story about Zakk Wylde?
No, I mean, I just know that he was like 19 and he joined Ozzy's band.
Because he sent him a VHS tape.
Damn.
Like, from what I have heard, and this absolutely, and if you've been in Epicurean, you know that those record labels will make shit up about the history of your band.
Mm-hmm. Damn.
Because I don't know if they shared that story, but when they got signed, the record label made them say that they were formed in 2008 from LA. It wasn't the band's decision to pretend they weren't from Minneapolis. That was the record label's decision because if you're too old of a band, it makes it look like you sucked this whole time. So basically, the record label was like, nope, you're not from Minneapolis. You're from LA. You didn't start in 1998. You started in 2008, and you're new and you're fresh and you're hip.
Mm-hmm.
Marketing, whether you like it or not, that's what happened. So I can't say that this is actually true, but this is what the legend is. This is what's talked about in documentaries, is that Zakk Wylde had never been in a band, had no experience, sent in a VHS tape directly to Ozzy Osbourne, and Ozzy Osbourne was like, yep, that's going to be my next guitar player, and
damn,
the next part's history. There's got to be some exaggerations in there.
Mm-hmm.
There's some major plot holes in that story.
I think I remember reading interviews with him saying that he had like some cover bands growing up, and like,
he had to have something. Maybe he didn't have songwriting experience. Maybe that's what they were implying, and they just chose different words. But other than that kind of a quick come up, I've experienced this issue with guys locally where they have no idea what the fuck to do on tour, on stage, when they're around other big musicians. They freak out, they fanboy out, they put their fucking glass of beer on the headliner's guitar rig. Like, rookie mistakes.
Wait, you don't do that?
Rookie mistakes. But I want to know what it was like, because even though, and I'm talking that kind of stupid shit on like a local level, like not even on a real national level like you were on. What kind of fucking experience was that to come from basically, like you said, your high school band who was doing pretty good, to like, boom, I'm in this band from Minneapolis, which apparently there's this like mystique about, not just their band, but also our town. And then, boom, you're on tour watching real pros like Exodus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a shock to the system for sure.
Like, did you feel... I guess what I'm asking is like what I'm kind of curious about is like what kind of learning curve, what did that feel like? Because I can see it and go, holy shit, that kid got 10 or 15 years worth of experience probably on one tour slammed down his throat. Did it seem like that at the time?
Yeah, it did actually in retrospect.
Like, were you
like it was a lot of fun, but a lot of it was kind of like a lot of work too. I didn't realize how much work went into, just touring. And also it was like a month long, so and there was like maybe like 1 or 2 off dates. So
every single day you're playing a real show.
Yeah.
In front of real crowds. That means if you have the mentality I think you have, just based so far off the little I've gotten to know you, that means you understand there are no, not just off dates, but there are no off days. Meaning like every day has to be as good as the last one, if not a little bit better. Especially when you're that young.
Oh yeah.
You're not even experienced enough to be delusional yet. You got to be pure deer in headlights, and you got to think, and I'm not saying this is true actually, but I'm trying to put myself, if I'm your age and I have that fast of an ascension into that fucking ring, I'm going, I don't fucking belong here. I have no idea. This feels like it isn't true, and if I don't deliver my A game every day, I could go home tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
That's got to be fucking nerve-wracking, dude.
Yeah,
you got to be pretty mentally tough, dude.
It really was. And then there was a lot of like, just the dudes. Those guys. They're real. If I was fucking up, they would definitely let me know.
See, I don't know that side of
them.
That
I learned.
I don't know that side of them because I played shows with them and I know them really well, but they were always the silly, fun dudes. I was always the one who was fucking like, thinking and trying to get better.
Yeah.
They were already good, so they were just fucking off and getting drunk and having fun and making fucking dick and fart jokes. I never got to see that. They
definitely worked hard.
Oh, fuck yeah, they did.
Yeah.
I remember before they got signed, they were already rehearsing 5 days a week for 3 to 5 hours a night. Way before anybody else was. We were doing 3 nights a week for 3 hours a night, and we were one of the hardest working bands in town.
Yeah.
But then we were hanging out with them. I found this all out when Gensmer was filling in for us. Gensmer did one show where he was filling in for my first band, and I was hanging out with them at their rehearsal space because that's where we were rehearsing for the fill-in gig, and I think it was Laramie, where we were talking about shitty bands versus good bands and how all the shitty bands rehearse once a week on Saturdays for like 6 to 8 hours. It's like a recipe, you can kind of predict what they're doing. And I was like, yeah, like if you want to be good, you got to be doing fucking 3 nights a week, 3 hours a night. And he goes, dude, we do 5, if not 7, bro.
Damn.
And I was like, like it just immediately kind of crushed my soul a little bit. But point being is a year or two later, they got signed and we didn't. They continued their careers. That band broke up. So there's something to be said about that. And I just can't imagine being, how old were you? You had to be pretty young then.
I was 20.
Fuck. Holy shit. Going straight on from Nebraska to the fucking world. Well, at least the country. Yep. With Exodus,
and
a band
Canada
who was
too.
Around back. Oh my God.
Yeah. I could drink in Canada.
You were part of that shit show of a Canadian tour I heard about?
Oh yeah, probably. Well, I think there was another shit show Canadian tour.
I think everyone's tours in Canada's are shit shows unless you're super rich, and then you can like do everything because you can just pay for everything. But trying to figure out how to pull shit off, on a small business level, because that's basically what bands are, is they're small businesses until they're huge stars.
Exactly.
God damn, dude. That's mine. So what's the biggest lesson you learned for if you're giving advice to a brand new young musician? What's the single most important thing you actually learned on that very first tour about like what to do, what not to do type deal?
Get your shit off stage.
As fast as possible. That's such an obvious one too, but it needs to be said over and over to everyone.
Yeah, and this was especially strange because I think one of the other bands, I think Belphegor, was using my cab on that tour.
Really?
So, or maybe it was Warbringer. I don't remember who it was, but they were borrowing our cabs. So me and Chris we had to take our cab off, or maybe it was just Warbringer, the band after us. Yeah, so we would just have to take our cab off after them. You know what I mean?
They didn't even take it off?
Well, they helped, but it's just like it was a bunch of shit. You know what I mean?
Like, but I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, here's the deal. Like, I just got done playing. I'll take my head off of my cab or, my road case, however I got my rig set up. If I'm on tour, I'm probably going to have it in a fucking road case because I am not lugging around a naked head.
That was probably me on that tour, actually.
that would have been me. That would have been me back then.
Head.
Now I'm thinking nowadays, all your gear's naked. That's how you really know a band that is not ready to tour is the drummer doesn't even have shells.
Oh yeah,
like he's like literally just putting them in the bus or his own van or whatever, and they're just naked sitting there. I'm like, this is definitely that band's first tour. Like, I'm not hating. I'm saying good for them, but like that drum set's probably not going to make it. You know what I mean? Like that something's happening.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
something's happening.
We played with those bands.
He's buying a new drum set by the end of this tour.
Yeah.
There's a reason you invest almost as much money in cases as you do some of the gear you own to put them in. Drum cases specifically are ridiculously expensive, especially nice ones.
Oh yeah.
You'll spend most guys, not everyone, but a lot of guys will spend almost as much money on their cases as they will on their actual drums. I know a lot of dudes that won't bring more than a $500 shell kit on the road. I don't think John's one of those dudes. We're talking about Gensmer a lot tonight. I don't think he's one of those dudes, but I debated it. Because I got a really nice kit. It's a vintage kit. Not a vintage kit, but it's an older kit. It's a really nice kit, and I wanted to use it for rehearsing and recording, and it's been on tour and shit like that, but I was like, man, it's already nicked up and beat up enough. I just don't want to, like, put that much into it. It's kind of like an abusive relationship, Like, I feel like I'm kind of taking the drum set for granted at that point. It's like, let me take care of it and like keep it in a well-conditioned space, and then I'll just buy like a $500 to $700 shell kit, put really nice heads on it, and I'll just fucking bring that bad boy out, and I'll, then you bring your same fucking high-end cymbal set and all that stuff. But I think a lot of guitar players do that, is they fucking
buy the cheaper cases
or not at all.
Oh yeah,
because like, oh man,
when you start out, that's kind of what I was doing even with By the Thousands.
Did you?
I had a Mesa head at the beginning of our career.
What are you playing through now?
A Kemper.
Why, man? Why did you sell out?
I mean, for me, it was practicality.
Okay.
The Mesa head, like,
explain to people why you knew exactly what I meant by sell out. Because you didn't even take that. You didn't bat an eye. You weren't insulted at all. You were just like, practicality. You were so matter of fact. What did I mean by sell out? Because I don't want to say what I meant. I want people to understand why you knew what I meant.
I mean, people are gonna call you out if you're not using like a real head, like with tubes and everything.
Yep, that's exactly what it was. I'm a tube purist. That's exactly what it was. That's exactly good.
Are you really though?
I am.
No.
I'm a tube amp purist.
Yeah.
I can hear the difference. There's a difference though, and I really want to make this because I've realized how arrogant I can sound even when I'm not trying to be. Like, there's times I make arrogant jokes on purpose, and I know how ridiculous they are. That's fine. But there are times I accidentally come across super arrogant. I understand when you're playing a 7 and an 8 string guitar, it is extremely difficult to get most of these tube amps to properly get that frequency response. Whereas those Axe Effects and the Kempers and these fucking modeling amps, essentially, they really can fucking, I don't know how they're doing it, but it can be quite breathtaking, some of the tone, and I'm not going to lie. I'm not getting that tone out of my 5150. I'm not going to lie. I'm not even going to pretend. I'll admit that. I just can't get past beauty, like a perfectly tuned in and dialed in tube amp.
5150 too.
Yeah.
I feel like that is pretty easy to get a good sound out of. That's the one amp.
For a guy like you? Yeah, I'd say it's probably pretty easy. For me, I take pride in my ability to dial in tube amps. For a lot of people, no. A lot of people just don't understand. I don't know if they don't understand the frequencies that are going on with the guitar instrument in general. So it's a very mid-level instrument. You want to really drive the mids up a lot. Or if they just don't understand how to dial in tube amps. I've talked about this on the podcast too. Dialing in guitar tone on a record versus live on a solid state amp versus a tube amp. These are all very different skill sets, and I'm only good at one of them. Dialing in tube amps for live tone, like in rehearsals situations, or live shows or whatever. But like, I can take my perfectly sounding 5150 and put a mic on it and hit record, and it sounds like shit. There's a whole nother skill set that goes to making that same amp sound great on record.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Same.
So, and
That's why I like the Kemper.
I will admit that the Kemper and the Axe Effects, it does make like the 7 and even your 8 string, it does sound better because I can't, that gent tone, we were joking about how cringy of a word that is. You said it, not me. I don't care. It's gent. I mean, that's a thing. That's a sound. That's like saying you get annoyed by the word metal. Like, okay, but what else are you going to call it? Hard rock? That's its own thing. Like, gent is gent.
Yeah.
There's a very specific vibe to it. So, whatever, that tone, you can't do that on a 6 string in a 5150 or even just randomly plugging in a 7 or an 8 string into a 5150. That's why ATB went from 5150 rigs over to the Axe Effects stuff when they did. You're able to get that guitar and that tone for that sound and that style to sound way better over there. I feel you, man. I give a lot of people shit about stuff on this podcast just because I think it's funny. I think it's hilarious how petty these arguments are.
Yeah.
And I pretend I actually care a lot just for the sake of my own entertainment. I really don't. As long as you're doing it for the right reasons. If you're doing it because you're lazy, then if you're doing it and it still doesn't actually sound very good, then there's some issues. You know what I mean? But yeah, if it's practicality, if it's, versatility, that's another thing. The banks.
It's a lot cheaper too. Like you don't have to replace like a shitload of tubes. Like the Mesa had like 16 tubes in it or some shit.
True.
Not trying to do that.
Very good point. Very good point. That is the shittiest thing about tubes. Or tube amps in general, is there's inherent risks. Like you're always kind of worried and paranoid. Like and then there's like subsets of things. So warm up times.
Yeah.
I love doing that. Talking to other guitar players, like how long do you let your amp warm up before you play it? Because you're rocking those tubes.
Yeah.
And everyone's got an answer. I'm a 1 hour guy. I'm a 20-minute guy. Some guys are like, it never gets turned off unless it's being transported. So as soon as I get to the club, it's plugged in and it's back there warming up. I don't know. I don't know which one is. It's so debatable. I don't know. 20 minutes to an hour, something like that.
Yeah. I mean, we would like turn them on right when we load into a club, and typically the headliner's already up there, so we would probably be the next up whenever I used the Mesa. But yeah, throw it on standby.
And you said you used a 5150 even into by the thousands?
No, but I would say, yeah, the 5150.
Oh, it was the naked amp. That's what it was. Is you were probably.
Oh, on touring, yeah. I was touring with the naked Mesa. But it wasn't naked. It was in like a Rubbermaid kind of box.
Was it?
Yeah.
Like the SKB one?
Yeah, just a nice big one. And then there was some foam in it.
That's still better than
nothing,
dude.
John Revere rigged it together for me.
Shout out to John Revere, brah. So let me ask you, man, because the reason you're on, the reason I had you on is because of By the Thousands. This isn't an Epicurean podcast at all. That was just a weird thing I found out about you right before we started the podcast, and I was like, stop! Save it for the podcast. I think that's fascinating. Other than the lesson of getting your gear off stage as fast as possible. What are some other great lessons you learned early in your career that you didn't understand the importance of right away? Like maybe even on like a lesson you learned where you were like, oh, fuck this guy, or like, I don't get it. And later you're like, I don't even care why, but that was legit. And that's a rookie mistake. Like I mentioned one, setting your beer on the headliner's guitar head.
Yeah.
What are some other ones you remember that you just like had no idea that would ever even be a thing, but because you had such a fast ascension, it's got to be a dozen times a day you're getting taught industry lessons. I don't think we could properly describe to people what that's like.
Yeah.
Like you have no idea what's going on. You're trying to reference tour videos and VH1 behind the music shit you've seen as a kid so you don't look out of place. But in your head, you have no idea what you're doing. You have no idea where you're actually supposed to be. Right?
Yeah.
And so every moment of every day is an absolute brand new thing.
Well,
what are some of the other ones that really stuck out?
It was kind of just the same shit like that. You know what I mean?
But some literal examples, because there are younger musicians that watch this and shit. So if we can give some heads up, so they don't embarrass themselves like we did.
I went into that situation with my head kind of down, for sure. I knew that like I couldn't hang with fucking Creator and Exodus, so I wasn't really like busting into dressing rooms or,
But some people were. Is that what you're saying?
Not in that situation. No.
But don't do that.
Yeah, I mean that's a big thing that I could say.
That seems so obvious. I don't know if any young local musician is gonna bust into someone's
dress. You never know.
Well, I guess you're right.
Yeah.
I know what a lot of people in chat are thinking right now, but I'm not saying it out loud. If it ends up in that comment section, it's fair game, though.
Put it in there.
I know what all of you are thinking. Oh, fuck.
I wasn't busting into any dressing rooms.
No, I wasn't implying you were either. But I know of a few people here locally that would if they were on tour for their first time and didn't know any better. Not going to name names, though. But there's also 30 people right now over the next 3 months that are going to watch this that are going to go, that motherfucker's talking about me. I'm probably not talking about you, just so you know. Like, the world doesn't revolve around you just because you think I'm referencing you. There's one person I'm referencing right now. And everyone knows who it is.
Love it.
Or they think it's themselves, and it's not, because it's just this one person.
Nice.
Your only clue is it's a guy. So when did you actually end up in By the Thousands? Did you start that band with somebody, or were they already doing a thing and then you jumped on board with that as well?
Yeah, we started that in 2012 with guys I went to college with.
You were one of the founding members?
Yep. Yeah.
You started that first band in high school, and then you joined somebody else's circus.
Yeah.
They're my
Very
friends.
short,
They're my friends. It was a circus. At the end of Epicurean, it was a fucking circus. At the end of every band, it's a circus, right? That's why it ends, because it's a fucking shit show. But then you went back and you did your own thing. Was there any major lessons that you, other than the obvious shit, was there any major lessons you learned from joining somebody else's project, not from a bigger band? So there's a huge difference between being the new guy and being a founding member. Is there any serious like wisdom or lessons you pulled from your experience in Epicurean, not because they were bigger, but because you were the new guy, kind of had some fresh eyes from the outside looking in?
Yeah.
So where you were able to pull that and feel like you hit the ground running in your new band?
It was definitely like a good look in the mirror at my playing and just me as a musician. Like, those guys are all just top tier. So coming into that made me realize, where I was on the instrument.
But how did that help, not you, but how did that help the new band, By the Thousands, coming out of that?
I would say, like, knowing that it was attainable with Epicurean, like, those dudes weren't much older than me, and they were signed to Metal Blade, and they were making these kick-ass tunes. So for me, it was like that's not too far out of reach. You know, I'm obviously not in a band that's signed to Metal Blade.
Right.
It's a legendary label for sure.
In ways, yeah, sure. I guess I could see that.
Mm-hmm. But
what makes them legendary to you? The bands they've had on roster?
Yeah, I mean is
that what
the list goes on?
Is that why you would say they're legendary?
And just Brian is the man, Brian Slagle. Like there's a reason that label is so successful. Obviously, there's some not too good bands on there. There's some shitty bands on there. But I've heard a lot of good and bad stuff about Metal Blade, and not just. And actually, if I'm being 100% honest, it has zero to do with Epicurean's experiences with Metal Blade, both good and bad. Labels,
not even referencing them.
Yeah.
Go ahead and say what you're just going to say, because I think it was going to be what I was going to say, and I'd rather have you say it.
I feel like labels are synonymous with that kind of shit.
Exactly what I was going to say.
I hear they're assholes. It's like, yeah, they're assholes.
But then you hear from somebody else, they're fucking awesome. They did great things for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, as soon as I hear that kind of shit, like, oh, they're great. Oh, they're terrible. Oh, they're great. Oh, they're terrible. I'm like, okay, you guys are great. You guys are terrible. Like, that's what I, like, you know what I mean? When you start hearing contradicting shit, I just immediately start going, oh, like, you have negative experiences. That's why your experience was negative. You have positive experiences and, you're successful. That's why you had a positive experience and you were successful.
Yeah.
It's just like, I stopped judging the source at some point and look at, because it can't be true unless you're talking about like a person like me. You could talk to somebody and be like, oh, that your guy's a real piece of shit. And then you'll talk to the next person and you'll be like, that dude's fucking awesome.
Mm-hmm.
What day did each one of those people catch me on? What moment was like I seriously infuriated or pissed off when the first person met me? Was I jovial and having fun and was celebrating good news when the second person? I'm human. You know what I mean? But when you're talking about a label, I think it has more to do with the person talking the shit. So if they're really, oh yeah, Metal Blade was great, and that's that person's character shining. If they're talking shit about Metal Blade, then that's that person's character shining. Typically, obviously, there's going to be exceptions to this rule, but I think you're right. I think that's synonymous with record labels in general. You hear that
if you're putting in work and you have something to sell, if you're good enough to make them money, they're going to be stoked, and you're going to be stoked on the results. But yeah, if they don't dig what you're putting in or like putting out, it's just like they're not going to push you really hard.
Right.
Or
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it is too. And I've heard that from a lot of people. Like, we shouldn't have signed that record label because we were actually doing better before we signed with them. We were actually making money before we signed our record deal. We were actually getting bigger and better tours before we signed our record deal. Then we had to let go of all of those relationships, sign this record deal.
Yeah.
And then they didn't do anything for us. We just sat there literally dying on the vine.
Yeah.
Because they wanted a piece of the money we were making, but we made that money with other people as soon as they took over the rights and didn't give us the same input. So I've heard that too about every record label.
Yeah, you don't want to sign a shitty deal. You don't want to sign like a 360 deal where they get a piece of your merch. Unless you're signed to like Warner Brothers or some crazy shit like that.
Right,
like
where they're going to put you in movies.
Yeah.
They're going to fucking put your songs in soundtracks. And
even then, though, it's just...
They better be paying you some real fucking money. I think... So
which those labels can do. They can...
Grab a beer, you want one?
Yeah, I'll take one of those. Hearted. I have no idea. I think that was it.
No, that was not the jingle. Too Hearted. That was not the jingle. That was similar to the jingle. We made a jingle for Bells Too Hearted before we started the podcast. It was close to that. I think it was like...
You made it.
I think it was like... We made it.
Though.
We made it. You inspired me.
I enjoyed it.
You were... Dude, you're terrible at getting credit for songwriting. Like some motherfuckers would be like, I was in the room, I get credit. You're like, you wrote it, I just liked it. You're doing the opposite. What was I going to ask you? What were we just talking about right before this?
Record labels.
Oh, yeah. So you signed, so By the Thousands is signed by who? What's the
Modern Empire.
So that's what. This is stupid. I don't even. You know what? Fuck that question. So why did you decide to sign with
Modern Empire?
Why did you decide to sign with this record label versus anyone else or at all?
It was a really good deal.
What did they offer you? Like, why was it a good deal? And you don't have to discuss money or percentages, but like in simple terms, in like normal human speak, why was this an appealing deal for a band?
I think it was like a 1 to 2 album deal, or like a 1 album deal with the option of another another record.
You had the option, or they had the option?
I really think it was both parties, actually.
So both parties have to say yes, or either party can say we want one more?
I don't even remember that aspect of it. But I remember it being like, hey, like if you don't enjoy it, like we'll cut you off after that first album, kind of thing.
The reason I ask this is because, believe it or not, we have a lot of people who aren't musicians watch this podcast because they're fascinated with
the business aspect.
Well, and just how we tick.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've got a few people I know personally that love the podcast, and they're not musicians at all. They don't even listen to any of our bands at all. Like they're not interested in hearing our music. They're legitimately only listening to hear how we think and how we approach the craft, so they understand when they're listening to the radio what other musicians would think when they hear that song on the radio. So, like when you and I are sitting there and we go, oh, that's a shitty chorus.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a dumb bridge. Oh, man, banging chorus. They really fucking half-assed that verse. Those weird little things that we talk about when we're driving in the car or hanging out with buddies, like, oh, God, I love this song, but this part, fuck, right there, shouldn't it? That one note,
the
why?
Cringe factor.
Yeah, we do this, like, so much to the point where sometimes it's hard to enjoy music because you're, like, constantly dissecting it and, like, what they did wrong with it or right with it or whatever. Some people are fascinated with stuff like that, and that's why I ask you to break down these weird little nuances, is because not everybody actually knows what we're talking about, and some people are extremely fascinated by these types of things. So, in specifically the business aspect as well, because a lot of us are sports guys, so it's like an NFL contract where it's like you get picked up for a 2-album deal and there's a 3rd album option. Who has that option?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's the player, sometimes it's the team, meaning sometimes it's the band, sometimes it's the label, sometimes it's both.
Yeah.
These things are not unanimous for every label and every band. They're custom negotiated many times. And there's not really a union for us. There are unions, but not like in sports. Where we have collective bargaining and there's certain rules that can't be violated. Like, you don't know what the fuck you're doing, man. You could walk into a record deal that will literally ruin your life.
Yeah, exactly. The 360 deal.
That's what you guys call that?
Yeah, well, that's what it is. It's where you're basically all your shit belongs to them.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I've
Even
never heard
merch.
that term.
For us, like obviously
even me, with all the people
Really?
I know, and I've never been signed. But with all the people I know and conversations I've had, and as much as I thought I knew about the music business, I've never even heard that term before. That's called a 360 deal, where they own everything.
Yeah.
Or is it they own a piece of everything?
I think it might be just a piece of everything, but I can look it up.
You don't have to look it up. No. That's what the producers are for. We don't have fans and viewers and listeners. We have a bunch of producers. So that's what I say. That's when I go, Jamie's, we need you to look that up. So music industry term, 360 deal. Does it mean that the record label owns everything or just a piece of everything? Jamie's looked that up. In fact, let's see if the new YouTube chat is looking this up. Hold on, watch this. If this works, in about 2 seconds, you're going to see Jamie's pull that up. Let's see if it works. Is it going to come? There it is! Jamie's pulled that up. Okay, it's on a huge delay, but there we go. Jamie's pull that up. All right. That's actually brilliant. It's finally working. Okay, let's try this. This is a great segue. We'll take some questions, go in here. Okay, let's do that. So let's tell you guys to sub to the Patreon. Let's tell you to put some questions in here. I got a bunch of chat messages pre-set up. This is the first time they've worked in 2 weeks, Dustin. You're my good luck charm.
That's incredible.
I set this up 2 weeks ago, and even today I ran a test in an unlisted live stream to see if these were working, and they've never worked until just now tonight.
Bam.
Look at that. All right, let's jump into some comments because I got to take a leak, and we're gonna play some clips. We got some shit to show, and then we'll get more into your band right now. And I hope guys aren't like frustrated or whatever with how this podcast is gone. I didn't intend to spend that much time talking about Epicurean or that early part of your career, but I just found that fascinating because it's one of those small world things.
Yeah.
Like you're from Nebraska, you went to high school with my current guitar player, then you both end up in Minneapolis for completely different reasons, completely different journeys, other than the music industry side of things, and then you both ended up working at Guitar Center together.
Yeah, which is the most nuts part about all of this.
And then the band that you ended up fucking with, Epicurean,
yep.
I'm tight with all of those dudes. And not all of them, just John has been on the podcast, but I should actually get the rest of the Epicurean guys on the podcast now that I think about it. All right, so let's do Dustin. Oh, Bustin' Dustin, feeling better. What's that mean? Is that an inside joke for you?
I don't know.
You don't know that? Do you know who that is? Kyle Wassinger?
Yeah.
You know who that is?
I love him.
He was a tool. Oh, he was there talking about if I asked you if you were bullied in high school. or Dalton. One of the two. I was either asking one of you guys if you were busted or bullied in high school.
Oh, yeah. You and Dalton?
I'm saying that's what I think he was talking about. That's a problem with the fucking comment section is sometimes we're way too far behind and I can't remember what we were talking about.
I told him to roast me.
Get out of here, John. What's that mean? Are these inside jokes?
It's probably to John Revere.
Oh, wait, I bet it is. John is in here. Bill Hudson. What's Bill Hudson?
I don't know. Bill's the man.
I don't get it.
Because we were talking about Bill Hudson.
Can't
I think
program
I said his name.
Can't program patch changes on a tube amp. Touche. That's fair.
True.
Tim Java gives you a shout out. Says, "Oh shit, the man himself."
Yeah, I watched that one with him.
Now we're back. Yeah, Tim's the man, dude. I love that guy. That was a great podcast. That was a ton of fun. Sorry, guys. He said, I watched that one too, and then there was a long, awkward pause. My interface now resets like once every hour for some fucking reason. So here's a question. How did By the Thousands start, and when did you get involved? So we kind of started touching on this. So you were a founding member.
Yeah. So it was me and my homie Adam, actually. Or actually, it was me and my original drummer, Tyler Lewis.
From Nebraska?
Yeah. We all moved here to go to college together. Yeah, yep. And then we went to college, and then towards the end of college, we finally found like some band members, and we started By the Thousands. So we had Adam join as a bass player, and then we had an older vocalist that we moved here with, and then we needed another guitar player, so we found John. And John was like the missing puzzle piece in my life, I would say, as far as a musician goes.
John Revere?
Yeah.
So who's John? Is that
our other guitar player?
The other guitar player, okay.
So
when I clipped the wrong part of the song for the promo material, and you were like, that's John's solo. And you were like, you piece of shit, Jared. You stupid son of a bitch. That's what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Got it. My bad.
Yeah.
Sorry, bud.
You'll have to have him on.
Never. No, I'm just kidding. Of course I'll have him on, dude. So keep going.
Yeah.
So John was your missing piece.
Yep. And then
so it was your drummer?
Yeah. Yep. So our drummer at the time was Tyler Lewis.
Yep.
He's the guy who came up with the band name By the Thousands.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Okay. And he's also from Nebraska. And then you met John up here.
Yeah.
And then when did the singer come in?
The newer vocalist?
Oh, so that's not your original vocalist.
Our original vocalist moved back home.
To Nebraska.
Yep. We just we found a guy that we really liked, so
you kicked him out.
Yeah. And then
you had to part ways. Sorry, kicking out is such a rude way to say it.
He was the homie though. I love him.
He just wasn't good enough.
Yeah, it just wasn't the work ethic wasn't there and just
what's that like, kicking out a bro, a true bro?
It sucked. I love him. So
I know, right?
Yeah.
I had to do this once too. It's the hardest thing I've ever had to do in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Is a family member. He's my cousin. I've even had him on the podcast now.
You kicked your cousin out?
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
He got a girl pregnant. And I was like, bitch, you need to go be a dad. I was like, I ain't letting you fucking...
That's sick.
He didn't just get a girl pregnant. He got my cousin pregnant.
Okay.
My cousin got my other cousin pregnant. No, I'm just kidding. I call him my cousin because he got my cousin pregnant. And I was like, yeah, dude, you can't do this anymore. And he was like, what? And I was like, you need to go be a dad. Like, you can barely afford your shit now. Like, you're really struggling to keep up doing this now financially. I was like, you got a kid, you got to go be a dad. You're out. You're done. Because you ain't going to be my cousin's baby daddy and, live this. Nope. You're done, dude. It was not an easy conversation. He was so mad at me. He didn't talk to me for 2 years. Now, I've had him on the podcast, and now he's like, oh, yeah, no, thank you for doing that. Because, I wouldn't have been able to pull that off. I'd have probably fucked up my marriage. Yeah, I know. That's why I kicked you out.
Good looking out.
And I had to tell him, too. I was like, you could barely handle it financially. You were barely keeping up musically. You weren't going to stay in the band. 2 years would have went by, and you'd have been out. So it was just smarter to do that. Is that kind of what you're getting at with your... Minus the baby thing. He wasn't going to make it long term. You found a guy you liked better. Just make the clean break now. It's not about personalities. I
think for me, it was hearing our next vocalist's voice on a recording.
One of your own demos?
Yeah.
Oh, so you kind of cheated on your singer a little bit.
Yeah.
Kind of had a little bit of an affair.
Going on.
God, man. Just when I was thinking you were a great guy, you went and fucked and stereotypical dude. Cheating son of a bitch. So you knew you wanted to part ways.
Yeah.
I'm just fucking with you, dude.
Yeah,
I'm just having fun. We're just kidding around.
It really was like that though, yeah. I knew that we could find somebody to fill the spot a little better. I don't know.
And once you heard this dude, so you started sneaking around your other singer's back.
Yeah.
The man whores you are.
It really wasn't that. It was kind of there was some shows that we played that were not very good.
On his part.
Yeah, it was just it just made us look bad, and then being around him was kind of hard at that point.
Was he just out of shape? Was he not taking it seriously? Did he become a drunk?
I think it was just not taking it seriously.
So what did that look like? Because in my mind, I can immediately imagine, but from your guys' perspective, because as a former singer, I can immediately start listing things. But what is the band site? You know what I mean? Not taking it seriously. So how did that manifest itself?
You mean getting away from not taking it seriously?
So if he wasn't taking it seriously, what did that actually look like? Where you're able to go, okay, we had a couple shows that weren't so good. So what is it? He couldn't remember his parts? Was he fucking up?
Yeah, it was all of that. All of the above.
So give me some examples. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, yeah, it was just, I don't remember. It was 10 years ago. So
really?
It's hard to even remember what it really was, but it was more so just fucking up. Not getting vocals right. I mean, there was singing stuff and there was screaming stuff, and the screams just weren't where they could have been.
So did he show signs of aggression? He was doing okay and then he started to fall off, or was it you guys had started to get better and better and better and he wasn't keeping up?
That's essentially what it was.
Gotcha.
And it was just the ego was there. You know what I mean? LSD.
I know what you mean.
Lead singer's disease.
I know what you mean, but the listeners may not. The lead singer's disease is where, and it doesn't just happen to lead singers, it happens to a lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
Where they get extreme, and I had it bad, where you're so high on people telling you you're good because like you're drawing crowds and your band's kind of killing it, that you don't even see the flaws in your own game. And if they're pointed out, you just either go into straight denial or you get defensive. So then it becomes like you're literally holding the group back at that point. Right?
Oh, yeah.
That's basically what lead singer's disease. It's mostly lead singers who get it, but I've seen guitar players, I've seen drummers, I've been that guy. Seriously, I mean, it took me a while before I fucking got enough of the lead singer penicillin, to cure the lead singer's disease, where I was able to look at myself and go, oh yeah, I shouldn't even be doing this anymore. I should not be singing for a band, and I should go back to what I'm actually good at.
Yeah.
And years later, I can play music that I've written to competent musicians like yourself, and you don't like give me that weird look I got when I was 16 and somebody's like, God, this is really bad. I just don't want to say it. Like, people are like, oh, this is actually really good. Wow, I didn't think this was going to be that good. That's always a good thing,
Hey, I still
that means you undersold. I know, but that's the thing is like,
wow,
no matter.
I was surprised when I heard your band.
Yeah, that's always a good thing to hear. Like, no matter what level you're at, that is the epitome of underselling and over-delivering. Master that, and you'll have a great career. Yeah, actually, I wasn't expecting that. I was really surprised. Shit's actually pretty good. That is the best thing you can ever hear for the rest of your life, every single time you show somebody your art.
Yeah.
Literally. And it doesn't matter what skill level you're at. That's what you're going for. That's it.
Yeah. Or just getting somebody who doesn't listen to metal to listen to your band, and they're stoked on it.
That one does it for you?
That's a good one. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
My old bass player used to have issue with a specific comment. It's not really something I'm into, but you guys are really good. He took that as a super big insult. I always took that as in like, oh yeah, they're not going to like go buy our record, but they can see that we're doing something really good. Like, we're actually good at what we're doing. Because I will say that to a lot of people. I'll be like, listen, I'm not really into that shit, but you guys are fucking good, dude. And that's exactly how I meant it.
At all.
He took it as a total insult, though. Like, you guys have potential. That means you're not very good yet, but you could be. That's what that means.
Damn.
When somebody says you have potential, that's like the worst compliment you could ever get because it sounds good. He said we have potential. Because you hear that when you're a little kid in sports and shit. Hey, man, you got potential. You hear that when the first week you pick up guitar. Hey, you have potential.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to hear that when you're 28. Hey, you guys have potential. That means you're not actually good. That means you could be good. That's what that means.
Oh, yeah.
Think about that one. That one will fuck you up a little bit when you start thinking about it that way. That's my little thing, Like, if somebody goes, hey, man, you got a lot of potential. I'm like, that's what. But if 10 years ago you would have told me I had potential, I'd have been like, hey, man, I thought I had potential.
Yeah.
Those are those weird little ones.
I've always tried not to look into compliments or even feedback too much. Obviously, like, feedback is good, but kind of taking everything with a grain of salt.
You're strong-minded, man. You're a strong-minded dude. So, how long was the band out before you switched singers?
So that was very short-lived with our original vocalist.
What does that mean, short-lived?
Well, the guy that we kicked out.
I mean, I get that,
so
but
the band
what is
was only
short-lived?
together for a little while.
What does a little while mean? Like, how long?
Less than a year.
Okay.
But then we find
And when was this?
2012.
Okay, so you guys have been around for a while now.
Oh, yeah.
Holy fuck.
Yep.
Okay. And when did you sign with the label?
Like 2 years ago.
Nice.
Yep.
Okay. So what was the journey like between basically year 2 when you got the new singer, the beginning of year 2?
Lewis Hamill. Shout out Lou.
Shout out to Lulu. I don't know Lou. I shouldn't be talking about him like
Dude,
that.
you should have him on.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll have
Yeah.
you guys on. As long as you guys are cool to hang out with and cool to talk to, the band's dope. So you guys can come. Actually, that's what we need to do. Before we go any further, we're going to play a clip. And then we do finally have some questions in here. So
Oh, nice.
we're going to play a clip. I'm going to mute this. Hold on. I got to practice this because I switched all this. It's supposed to always get better, but I always take a step back before I take us a couple steps forward. So usually I fuck this up, but I think we might actually be ready for this motherfucker. All right, guys, throw some more questions in here. As soon as we get back, we're going to take a leak. I'm going to play this music video, and we'll get after it. Like I said, couple steps back, couple steps forward. Let's try this again. I don't know why it wasn't working. That was really weird. It was working perfectly earlier. Everything looks good. Should be fine. Check. Try this again. Not working. I don't think that was working at all. I don't think that was working. Something's going on, and
All good.
Hopefully it works again in a little bit. We'll try it again. I'm gonna try a track, an audio track. I gotta take a fucking leak, dude. All right, sketch. Bear with me. I know it's going to pop out again here for a couple seconds. I'm going to kill this and restart. Don't go anywhere. Now. 2, 1. Everyone should be back. It should be running smoothly. I think it looks better. It should sound even better. And now when I play your song, it should work.
Oh, yes.
lost hope, no lost faith in humanity, in desperate need of change. Countless lives been taken away, murdered and burned at the stake. And when they took away my love, in the name of your God, hate consumed me. Our lives worth the pain, infliction of pain. The world corrupted and changed.
Thank you.
Shit hits different, bro. Is what they say in the sports world. I'm built different. Shit hits different, brah. That's the whole thing. Now it's different.
Yeah.
Shit hits different, brah. I listen to this black dude who reacts to heavy metal music. And,
Hardcore Keem?
I don't know if that's his name. He's this jacked black dude.
Okay.
And he usually wears a hat like I do. And he was watching the Metallica live in Moscow 1991.
Ooh.
And he's like, wait a minute. He's like, this crowd is too big. He's like, I can't see the end of it. He stops it, asks Siri how many people were at that concert.
Couple million.
Yeah, and he just like loses it. He's like, oh my God, this shit hit different, brah. He's like, motherfuckers want to think they're rock stars now. He's like, now I get it, brah. I get it, brah. Like, no, this is a rock star. And it's like, yeah, dude, it was different back then. Like,
I don't even know if there are shows that big anymore.
No, and there never was before that. That was a free concert because of
Yeah.
the fall of communist Russia.
Okay.
It was literally a free concert for everyone in the world if you could just somehow get there. That'll never happen again. The fact that Metallica played that concert, it's coincidence. Like, literally, that concert was going to be that big no matter who they put on that stage, and it just happened to be a metal concert, and
Pantera played
Metallica
that
was
show,
the
too.
headliner. Yeah, and that's no disrespect to Metallica, but they could have put Cher on that stage and it would have been 1.62 million or whatever the fuck it was. It could have been literally any mega artist from that time. It just happened to be a metal concert that they did, and they also fucking killed it on that show. Like the music videos, the music videos that came out with the helicopter swooping down over the crowd and shit. Yeah. It's like, you don't have a budget to shoot that video nowadays. You don't have a budget to fake that now. They just had to like film what was actually happening in real life. Yeah, but that was very, very different, man. That was fall of communist Russia. That was very unique.
Yeah.
But enough about them. That's just really good. Your band's fucking dope.
Thank you.
I know some savage in the comments has probably already typed it. But yeah, dude, I think you guys are fucking rad, dude.
Thank you.
Let's hit some of these questions, man. Oh yeah, they're totally talking shit about Dalton. Yeah, Dalton was a tool in high school and he was bullied. That adds up. That's my guitar player. That makes sense. He's my guitar player. We can talk shit about him if I want. I love that guy. He knows he's one of my brothers. That's what we do. The tighter we are, the more we talk shit about each other, right? From Nebraska. Tim didn't know that. He said he just recorded session 2 weeks ago in Omaha at another recording company.
Never heard of it.
Never heard of the
old.
That's
awesome.
Oh, you never heard of old Arc?
No.
Another recording company? Arc? Oh, man. Neither have I. I'm pretending. 4-letter lies pre-production. John did that one back then, too. I didn't know that.
Damn.
I didn't know that. That's interesting. I think these guys are having a discussion. The old singer thought he was the best ever, but he was a tone-deaf know-it-all. And his screams were cracky.
Wow.
I think they're talking about me. Ask Dustin about the radio contest you were in back in Nebraska. So you were in a radio contest?
Just like a guitar competition.
Just like a guitar competition.
Yeah.
No big deal. You know, something that everyone does every day. Go on.
I mean, a lot of people do. I don't know. There's a lot of guitar players out there.
That's a terrible story. So what happened? So what's the story?
There's not really a story. I just did one.
Apparently there's a story here because this happened. So did you win? Did you bomb? Did you
I got second
yourself?
place. I didn't kill myself. Is that what you said? Oh yeah,
You
I didn't win.
kill yourself? No way, bro.
I didn't win. No, I got second place. The guy who beat me wasn't very good, so I'm assuming he had like
An in?
a lot of friends, or maybe he had an in at the radio station.
Rigged?
It may have been rigged.
It may have been rigged.
But I
what
was
do you really
also-
think?
I'm also lefty, and it was for like a American Fender Strat, like a righty. So like they probably knew that I was gonna pawn the shit or like trade it in for something.
Gotcha. Because they're not just giving you money, they're giving you a physical guitar, and they know you're not going to play it. So they're like, no, let's not let him win.
Yeah.
I see. Conspiracies.
There was a lot of other good players on that one. A lot of, honestly, like, there was a lot of people that were better than the guy that won.
So I was going to ask you this, too, and I want to get more into by the thousand shit, but I did want to ask you this before we got too far in. What made you get into music in the first place? Like, was there a specific musician or a band?
I think really it was just growing up, like falling in love with music. Like my dad had a bunch of cassette tapes, did a bunch of Aerosmith and Led Zeppelin and shit like that. And
were any of them in bands?
No, not at all. That's probably why I've always wanted to make it happen, because it's like I didn't know anybody that was in bands. I knew some people that played guitar though. My brother got a guitar. It was sick. It was this old like 80s PV, like Kramer style guitar.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Those are actually decent guitars.
Yeah. And he'd have friends come over and they'd play fucking Slipknot riffs and like Korn riffs on the guitar, and I would learn them, or they would teach me riffs.
So basically, you liked music.
Yeah.
And then your big brother was sort of dicking around with it a little bit.
Yep.
Did he ever get serious with it?
No.
Okay. So it was something you probably did kind of try to like be cool with your older brother and his friends.
Yeah.
You said they're about my age.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we all would have went to high school with each other, so it's not necessarily like a huge age difference, but
nope.
That makes sense. Freshmen are always trying to impress the juniors and the seniors to try to, whether it's not be bullied or just get let into the cool parties. I remember being a freshman. I remember how maddening that was.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons I liked playing guitar and got into music, was obviously I wanted to be like James Hetfield and be in music and do all that kind of stuff too, but it always literally negated any of my inferiorities. Like, okay, so I'm a freshman and this dude's a senior, but I can play guitar. Okay, that dude's the captain of the basketball team, but I can play guitar. Like, so I can bang any of these bitches in this room. Like, that, it was like a great equalizer for me. So whatever motherfuckers tried to hold against me and make fun of me for, it was like, yeah, but I can play guitar. So like,
I can definitely.
I have all the cool points. You know what I mean? So like, you can make fun of me for anything, but I can still raise my hand and be like, yeah, bitch, but I can play guitar.
Yep.
So every one of your girlfriends secretly wants to have sex with me. Now who's the man? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I never actually said this out loud, but this is the psychology of a 15-year-old boy. Like, it's all about competition. It's all about trying to get attention from the people you want attention and trying to be able to avoid attention from the people you don't want attention from. And that's always this rival. You're always in this mental rivalry of like trying to either stay out of fucking sight or get people to pay attention to you.
Yeah.
And it's very, very weird trying to be a 15-year-old kid. I remember that distinctly. I'm 37 now, and I remember it like it was yesterday. Like, I'll never forget what it was like going to high school for the first time and watching, like, I thought in 6th grade, I thought the 8th graders were big. In 9th grade, man, these were men. They looked like men. The seniors, that first moment you walk into high school, that first day, and you see the seniors,
and
you're like, oh my God, that's like my dad. It's like, what?
They're so small nowadays. You look at
I
seniors,
know, right?
Or typically.
No, I know what you mean though. Like they're nothing special. They're
still growing.
Slightly older kids. Yeah. It's nothing. But yeah, and they were fucking mean, man. Like the bully. I luckily never got bullied.
Yeah.
Like I just never. I don't know how. I don't know why. Just no one ever fucked with me. I skirted through high school, but it doesn't mean I didn't fear being bullied.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would watch my friends get bullied, by like 9 grown ass dudes. I ain't jumping in there. Sorry, bro. Like,
damn,
you're on your own, man. Like,
but you're around it.
I seen it.
Yeah.
And I shouldn't say my friends, because if they were really my friends, I'd have jumped in. I'd have tried. I didn't really like them that much. But yeah, and I remember one time some motherfuckers tried to harass me. I know they were going to haze me because it was like, what's that week? Hell week. There's a week during the high school year where seniors haze the freshmen really badly. It's at the end of the school year. I can't remember what it's called. Because the seniors are like done. They're out. They're about to graduate high school and they're done forever. So it's like one last week of hazing and they just fucking torture the freshmen. Because it's like, sorry, bitch. You know, you're the youngest, you're the weakest. And it was almost like this weird, like, you had to pay your dues and like passing of the guard because now you're a sophomore and nobody will fuck with you because only the freshmen got hazed. This was all the way even when I was in high school. And I just remember these two dudes running up to me because I was walking through a baseball field near the high school. And they like ran up to me and started walking and talking to me. And I was like, you guys can seriously go fuck yourselves. And I was just like extremely rude and like violent with my words. And they just like, the more and more they continued to walk with me, the more and more I think they thought I was crazy. And they were like, if we fuck with this dude, like we can't 100% verify he doesn't have knives. It was kind of like that vibe. You know, it was like, cause I was just not having it. I was in a bad mood. I think my girlfriend had broken up with me or something. You know, I was just pissed. Like something was going on and like where normally I would have been scared and I would have probably ran. But I was like in such a weird spot where like I didn't care who these guys were. And I mouthed off the whole time, like just ran my mouth. Like, fuck you, you can eat shit. I hope you die in a car fire, like the meanest, nastiest shit.
I think that is the move, though.
You know what I mean? Like, it worked that night, and that was the closest I ever came. You said you never got hazed either, though, huh?
I mean, it was like mild hazing, I would say. I wouldn't consider it bullying.
Did you ever haze anybody when you were a senior?
No. I was my own kind of vibe back in high school. Kind of stuck to myself. I had friends all over the place. It was kind of like, I was just kind of in the middle ground there.
You seem like that, dude. You're super chill, super cool, easy to hang out with. Not a lot of people are gonna have real problems with you. I was pretty. Girls thought I was cute. Seriously, girls thought I was cute, and dudes got jealous.
Damn.
And they wanted to fight me. And then I was skinny and I was small and I looked weak. So guys wanted to intimidate me. You know, I had to deal with all of the shit. The shit from every angle. And yeah, so I had two outlets. I had sports because I was fast and I was tough, right? So even though I was smaller than motherfuckers, I understood physics. Get lower, go faster. I'll fuck you up, right? Yeah. And I had fearlessness because those shoulder pads and that helmet was like a suit of armor. I felt indestructible like Iron Man. Damn. And then music. And then by the time high school came around, I was like, man, fuck this football shit. It's too much work. I'd rather go home and smoke weed and play guitar with my friends. Dumbest decision I ever made in my life. I could have went to college. I could have played Big Ten football. Such an idiot.
So you regret getting into music?
No, I regret giving up football. I didn't have to make a choice. I thought I had to make some stupid choice about where I was investing my time. I was a child. Should have done both, could have done both. Tom Morello started a band in college, Rage Against the Machine. Like, just because you go to college doesn't mean you're giving up your music career. It's the dumbest shit I ever thought in my life. I'll never let my kids make that dumb of a decision. Like, for real. That's the one. If people ask me a question like that, that's the one thing I'll tell my kids is you're too young to have to make a choice. Go to school and do music. Go to school and play sports. Don't feel like you have to choose.
Yeah. Although I can't imagine being good at anything other than music, though, for me.
For you?
Yeah.
That was going to be my next question.
That's kind of just like,
if you weren't doing music, what do you think you would be doing?
I would be in probably the business side of things as far as music goes. No?
I mean,
not even music.
No, I mean, like, yeah, if you never discovered a passion for music. Like, if music wasn't an option for you for whatever reason, what do you think you would have fallen into?
I probably would have been like a professional wrestler or something.
Nice. I like that one.
That's kind of what I was into before music.
Dude, that's a great answer.
And it was like, I don't know.
Cheers. That's a great answer to that question,
I just
dude.
love it still to this day.
That's an awesome answer. One of my favorites was they asked an NFL quarterback, what would you do if you weren't playing football? And he goes, Probably be working construction and ripping cigs. Like that was his answer to that question. It's like, yeah, that's a man right there, dude.
Yeah.
Like, that's a professional
I could
wrestler.
never
That's a
imagine
dope
doing
one.
that though. Construction or ripping cigs.
I love ripping cigs, man. It's great. Oh, that's right. You know what, dude? Hold on. There, that should be fixed now. There we go. Yeah, when we rebooted the thing, the scene switcher switched. That's okay though. It's been stuck on your pretty face the whole time. I'm down with that. Works for me. Yeah, pro wrestler. That's a great. So who when you were into pro wrestling, what was the era? So were you a WWF guy? Because back then it was WWF, or were you WCW?
Yeah, so that's the thing. I
Where
was
were
always I was always a WCW guy.
My man,
Yeah,
another
dude.
cheers for you, bro. So who okay, I love this.
Yeah.
I love this. This is such a nerdy conversation that no one's gonna be into except for us. Okay. WCW, who and why?
Probably Kevin Nash. Kevin Nash and the NWO. Fucking Diamond Dallas Page was one of my favorite guys.
That NWO thing,
Yeah.
man, was so genius. It was so
That's
brilliant.
the only reason that they could even compete with WWF at the time.
Dude, and then they took over.
They
They
did for a
dominated.
short period, yeah.
They almost put WWE or WWF
yeah.
into bankruptcy.
They were like bankrupt, yeah.
For me, it was Sting and Goldberg.
Ooh, yeah.
Sting,
Dude, I hated
that
Goldberg
makeup.
because he was so good.
I mean,
I hated him.
I love how we say he was so good. Like, it was fake.
Yeah, I know.
They were all really athletic.
But he was just super, like, the most jacked.
He
And,
was
like,
he was ridiculously jacked. He was so strong. He could do that jackhammer and just hold the biggest
anybody,
dudes,
yeah.
and he would just hold them up there.
Yeah.
And the way he would come out and breathe in the smoke,
Yeah.
and yell,
I
and
didn't really-
he could yell over the crowd.
Yep.
Like there
the
was
showman.
back then, it was just like, oh. Now you go, oh. Now I break it down. I'm like, oh, the smoke breathing thing, and like when he would go, blah,
Yeah.
you could hear him over the crowd yelling,
Yep.
over the music. You could still hear, so that
Yeah.
voice was insanely powerful.
Oh, yeah.
The power to hold those elite level 300-pound men
Yeah.
up and make it look like they were my size. Like, oh my God, dude, he was
Yeah.
just such a badass. And like, it just pissed me off how Hogan owned the WCW. And I didn't really know back then what was actually happening, like the real politics. Because this is what I don't think a lot of people understand is like, yes, the matches were fake, but they weren't fake beforehand. So like the matches and who was going to win were argued about and debated behind closed doors.
Yeah.
So like there was a real fight going on, but it was verbal and intellectual about who was going to make the company the most money. And it was always
He just had
Hogan.
that star power.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
always Hogan refusing to give up the belt because he would lose too much money. And no matter who he was, especially as the heel, especially
Yeah.
as the bad guy, the longer he held the title, the more people wanted to see him lose it, the more people started tuning in. Therefore, the ratings went up.
Yep.
Therefore, everybody made more money. Man,
That's the only era of Hogan, really, at all.
you think? For you?
I didn't give a shit about like
He
Hogan
was my
before
favorite.
then.
When
or
I was a little boy, Hulk Hogan was
Yeah?
the man. Yeah, it was always Hulk Hogan. I mean,
Hulkamania.
yeah, dude. And then when he became a bad guy,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
my heart was broken and I hated him and I just wanted to see him die. Like, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it was, they played my little 12-year-old emotions so well. They played me like a soap opera, bro. They had me spun up, man. And then Sting,
Yeah.
that mystery, that allure, and how, dude.
Dude, yeah. When he was like the crow, he was like up in
It
the
was
rafters.
so dope, bro.
That was sick, yeah. And he had the bat.
The fucking bat, he would come down and just beat the shit out of people, dude. Entire groups of people. He
Yeah.
was such a badass, dude. Oh, I loved Sting. Sting got me my ass kicked a lot.
Really?
Yeah, because I hated bullies. And once because I told you before the podcast, we were joking about this. I said, I got beat up so much that I had to just learn how to fight.
Were you wearing makeup and a trench coat?
No, but I had won a couple fights and then got a little cocky, little big for my britches, 13, 14 years old.
Damn.
And I got a little hypnotized by the whole Goldberg and Sting thing. Ran into a couple situations I shouldn't have run into and lost a couple more teeth. That's all I'm gonna say. And that happened more than once, dude. I was a very brave and very foolish child. I'm lucky I'm not dead or have even worse brain damage because I definitely got a little bit.
A little bit of that CTE.
In other words, Vince McMahon could potentially have the largest class action lawsuit of all time if every small child was like, it's Vince McMahon's fault because I tried to be Sting. Yeah. Like, there's your ultimate cancel culture. That's when you know we've gone too far with cancel culture, is when good dudes our age start suing the WWE because of our CTE from dumb shit we did at 12 trying to be Sting.
Yeah, nobody knew about CTE then.
You ever do any backyard wrestling?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Did you really?
Yep.
That's where I drew the line.
Trampolines. Fucking anything.
We used to do the fake NWO jumps in school. We had fake wrestling gangs, and we knew all the fake punches, all the fake moves, and we would like randomly fake jump each other in fucking 6th grade in the fucking locker. Nobody ever got hurt. We were doing it wrestling style. Like we knew like pull punches and there was a couple times like a teacher would rush in and they'd be like, what are you guys doing? And they try to break it up and then they'd like stand there and watch for a second and they go, y'all need to quit watching Monday Night Nitro. And it's like, you watch it too. That's the only way you know what we're doing. Y'all ain't the NWO. Yeah, because I went to a Minneapolis middle school and then I went to Edison High School for a year and a half and then went to a creative arts high school over in St. Paul.
Nice.
Two very different experiences.
Where was the arts one?
St. Paul, right on Midway University.
What's the name of it?
It was called St. Paul Creative Arts.
Oh, nice.
They moved now. I don't know where they're at now. I think they might have even changed their name too. I don't even think it's the same place. Almost turned into like an IPR style thing, not literally, but like how they changed names a couple times and like not really the same place. I think one, maybe two teachers are still there from the original. I know the original principal. She's been long gone. Her name was Wendy. She hated me so much.
I can't believe there's creative arts high schools.
It was an ALC, but yeah. Yep.
That's just crazy to me being from Nebraska. Like, they're all over the place here, too.
It got me through high school. I definitely wasn't doing well in regular high school. I would have been fine if I wouldn't have quit football, though. See, and that's the thing, is if I wouldn't have quit football, I would have been fine in regular high school. But as soon as I quit football, I was fucked in regular high school. But then I got to creative arts high school. The only thing that got me through. And I still ended up quitting. And getting my GED because I was like, fuck this shit. I'm too good for this place. Just the arrogance of a fucking 18. Actually, it wasn't even I'm too good. It was I'm a grown ass adult and I have a fucking job. I had gotten a job over the summer where I was making real money because I had turned 18 and then turned 19 during my senior year. And I only had like a quarter or two left. And I dragged that out because I had a real fucking job. And I just and finally I was like, I'm not coming back. I'm gonna just get my GED. I have a fucking real job. Like a good job too. That was paying well. Now it wouldn't be a very good job coming out of high school. Yeah, I was just like, fuck this shit, man. Ended up getting my GED and God, I should have fucking kept playing football, bro. You got any weird regrets like that?
No, I don't.
None?
None.
That's awesome, dude. Do you know how fortunate you are?
Yeah.
Man, because that's my only regret is quitting football. My only regret was not seeing football through further.
I feel like you're lucky that you had options. I've never had options. I feel like I'm not.
Ooh, that's a good point.
In
I never
athletics.
thought about it like that. That's a good point, Dustin. I never. I was lucky enough to have an option. Right, man.
Yeah.
Right. I should think of it. That's a way more positive way to think about it.
I think I could have got into
Instead of having
like
a regret.
graphic design or something if I didn't do. Obviously, if I wasn't pro wrestling.
Did you have a character name?
No. Nope. I should have though.
What would be your wrestling name now? If you could just do it, you could snap a finger and appear in WWE, tag team partner with The Rock. Wait, who would you rather be a tag team partner with, The Rock or Stone Cold?
Stone Cold.
My
without a
man,
doubt,
dude, you're batting 1,000.
I did like The Rock.
The Rock,
though.
I hated The Rock as a wrestler. I hated that character.
Yeah.
I like The Rock
As
now.
an actor.
Well, just now.
Yeah.
Like, even when he goes back to wrestling, I still like him
Okay.
now. But when he first started, remember he used to wear like the silk shirts
Yep.
and
I
the
loved
really
it.
dark sunglasses. He still had hair.
Yep.
And he was like really smug and arrogant and pretty.
Yep.
I didn't like that character. I liked
hated
Stone
him
Cold.
at first, but like he kind of grew on me.
He grew on everyone, including
Yeah.
me. It wasn't until later when he really actually became the people's champ, when he became the good guy, because he started off as kind of an
The heel, yeah.
yeah. And I again, they were so good at playing the 12 to 14-year-old me
Yeah.
that I hated every heel. When they created a heel, I took the bait and I hated that guy just like I was supposed to.
Yep.
And I think that is really amazing when you can take an entire generation of dudes from hating you to loving you. Because that's what everyone thinks about The Rock. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, he grew on me, though. I love that motherfucker. I know motherfuckers now that love him so much they will vote for him if he ran for president, and they don't know anything about his policies.
Yeah.
They're like, I just love him
That's
so
me,
much. I might. I would consider it. I would like to think I'm level-headed enough to where I'd have to be like, nah, I got to hear the policies.
He's very healthy. I'll say that. Healthier.
He's got a
than-
great smile,
Yeah.
and everyone likes him.
Yep. Charismatic.
That's all we need in a president. Healthy, great smile, and everyone likes him. Yep, that's all we need. Don't worry about what he actually thinks politically.
Hey.
Don't worry about it. He could I'm not even going there, dude. But I do think it's funny that people were like trying to build a fake ticket of The Rock and Oprah.
Oh shit.
You remember this?
think
It's
so.
from last
I
year.
remember I don't remember hearing that Oprah was a part of it, but
Neither one were ever a part of it. Somebody just made it up and it started trending. The Rock and Oprah as a ticket. And everyone was like, I'd vote for that ticket. Like, what the fuck
Yeah.
has happened to us? We just vote for people we like now. Like that's the depth of our voting. I like him. I'll vote for him.
hey,
Okay.
he's not 70. I'm down.
Man, that's my only hope is we just start voting in presidents that immediately die and then nothing ever gets done. Like we should only vote in guys that are 99 years old.
That's where it's getting. That's
Every year
That's
we
where
just
it's
get a new
headed.
president. I'm just sick of anybody getting anything done. I think the best thing for our country right now is just a 4-year pause. Let's just get let's get one president who can't get anything done. That's all I'm asking for. That's just one before I die. Like Vikings fans asking for Super Bowls. That's what I'm
Yeah.
asking for in presidents. Just one lame duck who doesn't get anything done for 4 years, and we can all just breathe. Like this dramatic swing of fucking
feels
exhausting.
I feel sorry for Vikings fans or people that watch.
Any Minnesota sports.
Yeah. I know the Timberwolves were doing okay for a little while.
No, they're not. They're
But-
diseased. All Minnesota sports teams. The best hope we have is the Vikings.
Damn.
Sadly, maybe the Wild. This new kid. Are you into sports at all?
Not really. I'm into basketball. I enjoy watching basketball. I feel like football is a lot of starting and stopping.
Yeah, it's chess. It's football and baseball are the most chessy
Mm-hmm.
of the 4 major sports. because of the starting and stopping. So there's a lot of thinking and a lot of bluffing that happens, a lot of intellectual psych outs in between moments. And that's part of the game is like literally outsmarting the person, right? So it's very intellectual, very, very intellectual. And most people wouldn't agree with that. And that's okay. I'm not even, wouldn't even get upset or offended by it. I would actually understand. Yes, this sounds 100% preposterous. I throw a ball, you hit a ball, someone tries to catch it. That's not chess. Or I hike the ball, I either give it to this guy and he runs it and you run your body into him like a semi, or I throw it and somebody else throws a body. I understand how it seems that simple, and I'm not even going to try to defend it, because if that's already where you stand, I'm not going to be able to get through to that, you know? But if someone was willing to hear me out, that's why it seems like a lot of starting and stopping, because it is. And there's a psychological battle happening in those pauses. Quite literally, in a football game, you probably got 15 coaches arguing in a headset in those pauses. And the really good coaching staffs have a plan 3 pauses from now. In those starts and stops, those are plays. A really great coaching staff already knows what they're going to do, just like chess, 3 steps from now, 3 plays from now. An unorganized, undisciplined new coaching staff, it's chaos on the sidelines. Nobody's on the same page. Everyone's arguing about what they could do, what they should do, what the other team's going to do, what they're worried about, getting the right guys on the field for physical matchups. Hey, he's super tall and our guy's super short. We're too close to the end zone. They could just shoot a basketball style shot and that guy's just going to basically dunk on her. Sub that guy out. All that stuff has to be perfectly coordinated, like almost like a ballet, you know, or like a ballet. I mean, you're talking just multiple people working in perfect synchronization. Football is the ultimate team sport. Football boils down to who fucks up the least on a play. That's what it really boils down to. Everyone's like, no one's ever run a perfect play where all 11 players on offense or all 11 players on defense. No one's ever run a perfect play ever. It's who fucks up the least and which guy's able to take advantage of the other guy's fuck up. That's football. And it's super cerebral. And then it's supplemented with athleticism. That's the crazy thing about football. And then baseball is almost pure psych outs, other than the ability to run 100 yards, 10 seconds or whatever to catch a fly ball.
Yeah. That one's amazing, though. There's like a lot of fat dudes playing baseball. Maybe not fat dudes, but...
No, you're right. The unique thing about baseball is any body type can play baseball. So you'll have short little fat guys, like you just said, just killing it, too.
Yeah. And
he could be a pitcher or an outfielder. It's like, how does that upside-down bowling pin run that fast?
Yeah.
The guy literally looks like an upside-down bowling pin. But he seems like he's running 40 miles an hour.
Are they juicing?
Just defying the laws of physics. I mean, I'm basically describing Kirby Puckett.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? In his late career, at least.
R.I.P.
Oh, God. He was one of my heroes, too, man. Kirby Puckett was the man. And what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, because you were talking about Minnesota sports. This is one of those few years, though, where all 4 teams actually have some like legitimate excitement built around them. So the Wild have that new Kaprizov kid, Kirill Kaprizov. That dude looks legit, like the real deal. Like not just like, oh, he's really good. Like this kid looks like the real deal.
I think I saw some posts on him.
Yeah, like it's kind of like obnoxious what he's doing. Like it's kind of scary, like too good to be true scary. The Timberwolves have a great young core, and they've been playing very well recently. The Twins have a bunch of young great players. They still have Sano. They still have Buxton. They still have Barrios. They've got this new kid, Kirilloff, something like that. And then the Vikings are the Vikings. So you're right to feel bad for us. It is rough being a Vikings fan. It's very rough being a Vikings fan, or even a Minnesota sports fan. But there's some hope. What would you, Teen Pig? That would be your wrestling name? Kyle. What a savage.
He is a savage. Dude, he's been in the chat forever.
You did invite these people to roast you. I did see that post. I was busy, so I couldn't comment or anything, but I did see it pop up. You did invite this upon yourself. Ask Dustin. Okay, I'm going to ask you. Do you remember getting high before going into Ball's Sports Bar and crying laughing at the bar where everyone was staring at you guys, knowing why you were rolling on the ground crying? Or not knowing? Do you remember this?
I was never rolling on the ground crying, but that's amazing. I do remember that. Yeah.
You guys were laughing so hard because he told you that his cousin's haircut in the 90s looked like the tip of a dick.
Yeah.
Oh, a bowl cut. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, a bowl
Chili
cut.
bowl,
Yeah.
as my girlfriend would say.
Oh, so it's like faded?
Yes.
It's sad that I know what a chili bowl is versus a regular bowl cut. A chili bowl is where the bangs actually, it's a regular bowl cut all the way around, but then the bangs actually taper up so you see more of a forehead. So if you look at it, it makes every dude look like an actual dickhead.
Yeah.
Hilarious. The things we did with fashion in the past. And you wonder why hats are so popular. Yeah, Teen Pig. Where do you think that came from? That's your boy.
He said my spirit animal would be a teen pig.
A teenaged pig?
Yeah. I see it.
That is so funny. What does that even mean? Like a pig with a serious teen angst and problem with his parents? Like,
yes.
Fuck you, mom.
Fucking Kyle.
Fucking Kyle. It's always a Kyle, too. Fucking Kyle. Kyle's like to punch drywall and drink Monster Energy drink. That's one of my favorite memes.
This guy doesn't punch drywall, though.
Yet. Play another clip, and then I want to start getting into some shit that you guys are getting into.
Oh, yeah.
And some of the stuff that you guys got going on now and some plans for the future.
Nice.
I keep saying clip. Fucking, they're songs. What am I doing? Who is this guy? What an amateur. We're having fun. I hope you guys are having fun. Make sure you guys hit like and subscribe, please. We're still on that grind to 1,000. Once we get to 1,000, we'll actually get paid by YouTube. You guys have got 1,000 subs. You guys are monetized. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
As a band, especially, like bands are the hardest from what I've looked at.
Mm-hmm.
Bands are the hardest thing to monetize on YouTube.
Really?
Yeah. Like you could have 100,000 streams and downloads and all this shit. But then if all you have are music videos on your actual YouTube, you'll have like 212 subscribers. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
But you guys actually have well over 1,000. Very impressive. Very rare. Like unless you're a monolithic level band, most bands don't have the ability to monetize their own YouTube channel. So it's very impressive, dude.
Yeah, I feel like we got into YouTube kind of late in the game. Obviously our band came out well after YouTube exploded. But I don't know. I think we came out like when you could still get reach on Facebook back then, where you didn't have to pay money for that.
I see what you're saying. And kind of brought some of that over with you.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. And then when like the whole monetization thing started, we did a lot of organic shit too, like street team pages and.
Smart, dude.
Yeah. I'm gonna rock a piss real quick.
When I played these in order, do you remember what the first one is? The video?
I don't.
Okay. Well, let's see if it works. If not, we got another audio track to play, so we'll get there. Go piss, dude. Oh, yes.
We built the sign to overcome the reckoning, to bring back return and unlocking. Self-inflicted terror, they brought upon themselves, and mercy for little.
There we finally. Jesus Christ. Something's going on with the internet, guys. I apologize. I really don't understand what's going on. But it's something starting with the internet. And I have awesome internet, so it's not on my end. But there's something going on with our internet here as we're trying to live stream here in Minneapolis. And it is backlogging. This is the only way I can explain it because I'm an idiot. It's basically sending in a bunch of lag and error codes into OBS, which is causing it to drop frames, which is causing my entire PC to slow down, which actually I don't run a PC, I run a Mac. So even like my Stream Deck is running slow. So just to switch scenes and do shit, there's this huge amount of lag tonight. I apologize. But there's nothing I can do about it. The best thing I was able to do was just I shut it down for a second, restarted it earlier. That got us running a lot smoother, but this is going to be the best we can do. It's Friday night. Apparently nobody has a fucking life. So they're all on the internet on a Friday night. That's what's happening. Sorry. There's just that many people in the neighborhood on the internet. It's either that or my roommate's downloading 6 video games at once right now.
Love it.
But even if
video games.
I was thinking about that earlier because I was joking and I was jokingly blaming him up there. But even if he was downloading 2 or 3 video games, my internet is so strong. The only way my shit's getting bogged down is because there's something going on in the area, the greater Minneapolis area, or
maybe
in my neighborhood, which is weird. I didn't expect that would happen on a Friday night. I figured Friday night motherfuckers are going to be out partying. It's going to be nice out. Yeah, we'll roll Friday night.
Ours are open till like 1 a.m. tonight.
Yeah, dude. I thought it'd be great, right?
Yeah.
Apparently not. Apparently Tuesdays and Thursdays are the smooth times.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck it. We're having fun anyways, right?
I think he's probably downloading terabytes of porn right now.
My roommate?
Yeah.
Kevin, stop downloading porn. He's like he's watching this.
Or he's
like he's streaming this, downloading a video game and porn all at the same time, right? Yeah, like he's gonna hear this. No, I need a broom so I can just hit the ceiling.
He's probably
It'd be great.
watching VR porn right now.
No, dude, I just want to say this. I think by now I've established that I don't kiss people's ass. I developed a long reputation for being an asshole, and every time I invigorate that reputation, I feel bad. I never intend to make people feel bad, but I have built enough credibility on this podcast, at least, to where people know I don't blow smoke. I don't kiss ass. I don't bullshit people. I don't really tolerate bullshitters, and I don't really try to bullshit people. So you can take this with 100%. There is no grain of salt. Dude, your band's really fucking good. Like, I haven't seen you live yet, but from what I've been hearing, from the songs you sent me, from the shit I've seen on the internet, like, dude, you guys are really fucking good, man. You guys have clearly put in the work, dude. And I'm not surprised, actually. I'm a little surprised, but I'm really not surprised you've been around as long as you have.
Yeah.
Is the only reason I would say I'm a little surprised is because, honestly, I just kind of found out. I'm sure, I know I've heard your name before, but it just started registering like a while back. And then just like literally, a month ago, I found your guys' actually found your music.
That's crazy.
This is important because I know everyone in this town.
Mm-hmm.
And I just found out about you guys.
That is important, yeah.
It's a small world. We joke about this, but it's also a very big world. And it is, you have to really put in the work for a long fucking time.
Yep.
And you're just now getting to a point where everyone knows who you are. And that's what I'm getting at. It doesn't really mean anything that I just discovered you. That doesn't really mean anything. That's just because I'm me and I see things through my own eyeballs, right? Is what matters, though, is like when I started asking people, have you ever heard of By the Thousands? Everyone I asked was like, yeah. Damn. Like, I didn't find a single person in my circle that hasn't heard of you.
Damn.
That's what blew my mind.
Yeah.
What blew my mind is like, how am I just, and then obviously I know it because I don't fucking care anymore and I don't look for new bands. Same. And I'm not jaded. We talked about this and joked about this before. I'm not bitter. I'm just burnt out. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm just burnt out on seeing another new band. And it's like, I want to hear your music. I don't want to discover you through social media. So
exactly.
I'll go looking for new music, but the way the algorithms work,
Yeah.
you hadn't gotten recommended to me yet, and that's what I'm getting at here. So it was a series. Clearly, it was a series of algorithms that relentlessly kept pushing you to me.
Damn.
Like something in the algorithms identified. I'm an obnoxiously stubborn person when it comes to like, are you able to please my ear? But the algorithm knew, because the algorithm kept recommending you. And
That's
then, like I
nuts.
told you and joked before the podcast, it wasn't me checking out your band. It was somebody in your band was following me on one of my platforms, and one of the platforms was relentlessly
Ooh.
going, people you should follow. And it was like,
Damn.
and you know, it pops up all the time, but it was that same person. It could have been you for all I fucking remember, but somebody was already following me. So it finally, like when it came through and it was like, this person already follows you, follow them back. I was like, who is this? Because I keep seeing this name.
Yeah.
And then I clicked on it, and it was like, I think it was either you or your guitar player, your other guitar player, John,
Yeah.
because it was like guitar player of By the Thousands.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, all right, fine. Fuck.
Damn.
I'll check it out. And then I hit play, and I literally was like, wow. Like, wow, dude. I'm not even into gent. I'm
Yeah.
not even into any of that shit. ATB slipped in with a little bit of lube way back in the day because they were some local boys.
Yeah.
But like, I'm just not into that. I've heard all of the bands. We don't need to list them, but I've heard all of the bands that sound like that.
Yeah.
Very few bands where I was like, okay, no, this is actually legit. Played it for my roommate. Not a fan of that style. He was like, actually pretty good. I was like, I know, right? It's like really surprising.
Yeah.
That's what we were joking about earlier.
What-
That is the greatest compliment you can ever receive for your entire career. Like, I'm really impressed. Like,
Mhm.
wow, that's actually, I just expected like another gent band. But no, there's like, I don't even know enough about gent yet. Like as a style, because I've never tried to write the music. I've never broken it down and looked at it from a theory perspective. So I don't
Yeah.
really even know like how to break it down and kind of talk about like what you're doing differently. But I hear it and I'm like, oh, this is slightly different. This is
Mhm.
creative. This is actually kind of original.
It's definitely more
like,
rhythmic based than like
you think?
riff based. Yeah. It's more, I don't know, I would say
Yeah,
it's
how
more,
would you describe it as being someone in the band?
it's more locked in with drums than I would say metal beforehand. And there's a lot of polyrhythms kind of going on too.
So that's what gent is. But like, you don't sound like a normal gent band. And I think it's because it's actually more melodic.
Yeah.
When you do those breakdowns, you're actually doing a chord progression within those breakdowns. You're not
Sometimes.
just doing one or two notes. You know, in some weird fucking polyrhythm over it.
Mhm.
You know, it's like that. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like, I was
Well, we
listening-
do a lot of that too.
and fair because that's part of the sound, right?
Hmm.
But that's just one thing that stuck out right away is like during one of those polyrhythmic gent style breakdowns, there was an actual chord progression happening in there in the rhythm section.
Yeah, like that solo that we were talking about, John's solo.
That
Yeah.
shit sticks out to me.
Yeah.
And that's just one example I
Yeah.
can come up with off the
Because
top
it's
of my
more,
head.
that's more of like a classical or a classic approach. You know what I mean? Like there's more than one chord going on. It's not just zeros.
Right.
But I feel like most gent bands do that though. You know what I mean? There is a lot of chord progressions going on. Maybe there's just something about
Maybe I'm just not listening to enough of it.
there might be certain bands that just rub you the wrong way. You know what I mean? You could be like me because I fucking hated it at first
For
as
me,
well.
this is all it takes. For me, if you sound like another band, I'm already out.
Okay.
And it really doesn't matter how good you are.
You mean like if you sound like you're straight up ripping a band off?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Like we want to sound like band X. I'm out. And I really don't care how good you are. I don't even care what genre of music you're in. I just want to hear a creative approach and a new style or a new sound. And that can be within a genre.
Yeah.
So that's why I was both a Metallica and a Megadeth fan.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were two very different bands. They had different sounds. Even though they were both thrash metal,
Yeah.
like I was into it. I was into both bands.
Same.
That's not allowed, by the way. We're not supposed to be allowed to like both Metallica and Megadeth. We're supposed to pick one. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
You didn't know that? They're a couple of years younger, because that was actually, because I would have been a senior when you were a freshman. That was the big thing when I was a freshman with the seniors. Like, no, dude, it's Metallica or Megadeth. And there was like arguments and like, you know.
People at your high school listen to Metallica and Megadeth?
The whole generation.
Damn.
I'm talking, it wasn't just like kids I was hanging out with. It was the whole generation, like, and older too. So it was the grown men.
Yeah.
Like, no, fuck Megadeth. Fuck Metallica. No, fuck me. It still happens to this day.
Yeah.
It still happens. I'm surprised you never heard about that one.
Well, no, I know.
Where do you guys weigh in the comment section? Where do you guys weigh in, Metallica or Megadeth or both? It's gonna take a long time. Don't stare. Don't wait for him to roll in. It's gonna take forever.
Dustin hates hardcore. No, I don't. I love it. But yeah, I get it though. I'm definitely more of a Metallica fan than Megadeth for sure. That was probably one of my first favorite bands. Actually, did you know that your YouTube channel would have 20,000 subscribers if you would just bust out those sweet knees? Sweet knees?
Yeah, we need more shorts in 2021, D-Money. That's from the BW Strangler.
Dude, yes. My buddy Steve.
Thank you guys for hanging out with us in chat, man. Please hit subscribe. We're still on that grind to get to 1,000. Maybe I need to get them sweet knees on a fucking little YouTube short.
Steve.
If BTT would be up to 20K, maybe I'd get to 1K if you to come in shorts.
Dude, yeah, it's true. I got my knees out though.
You have shorts on?
I got.
Oh, they're pants, but
kneeless jeans.
Oh, look at them sweet knees, baby. Yeah, keep putting in. I want to know where you guys lie. Metallica, Megadeth, or both, and then we'll revisit that in a moment.
I'd say both.
For me, it's both too, man.
For Countdown and maybe Euthanasia. Oh, obviously fucking Rust in Peace.
Yeah, that was a good one. I also liked Cryptic Writings.
Okay.
I did. I also liked Cryptic Writings.
Really?
There were some really cool songs on that record.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there was. Euthanasia, too.
Yeah.
Dude, what? G-Wolf?
Yeah. Yep. I think that's on that album. I don't know. Yeah.
Dude, that just... Oh, dude.
Yep.
It's
got like Meshuggah vibes.
Yeah, dude. And they were so tight.
Yeah. Yeah, he is a tight rhythm player.
Tight. Him and James.
Yeah, James shits all over him.
I know. James is the most underrated guitar player on the planet.
Yeah.
Of all time, I think.
I think he's finally getting the respect he deserves.
Yeah, because 50 years later, people are still trying to play and can't play his riffs right.
Yeah, Master of Puppets with down
Battery.
strokes.
Yep. Battery's a big one.
Yep.
Is it Disposable Heroes? No. Is it Leper Messiah? One of those motherfuckers.
They're all insane.
Yeah, you're not playing it right.
Yep.
Like, none of you are.
Yeah.
And none of you will. So just stop. Stop trying.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think you kind of nailed that. He's just now starting to...
because I feel like people respect rhythm guitar playing maybe a little more than they ever have. Like,
because that's where the song's written, right?
The song is all about the riff, yeah.
Right?
People in the 80s were trying to just trying to shred their asses off.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. The 80s...
Myself included if I was born...
Preach.
In the 60s.
Yeah, you'd be trying to, like, in the 80s and even the 90s, it was about who's got the biggest dick. Whip it out.
Yeah.
So that means, like, everything you got, and then we got this, like, desensitization to overplaying.
Yeah.
So that's how, like, grunge and nu metal became a thing. And then slowly people were like, well, we kind of liked that shred stuff. And that's when, like, metalcore blew up, and then gent and all that other shit. And now motherfuckers think they're the shit, and they're going back on their YouTube channels trying to play old Metallica riffs, and they're like, I can't figure out how he was doing this. Like, it's not making sense. And even when they get it perfect, it doesn't sound right because they're not him. And I subscribe to 90% of your tone comes from your fingertips.
Fingers, yeah.
That's my
and
shit.
Your pick and your,
which technically would be your fingerprint, right? Because I can give you this jazz three,
just like your elbow and like
and where
the
is
strength that's going into the down pick,
and where is all that expressed?
Yeah,
your fingertips,
fingers,
right?
Yeah.
So I can give you a jazz 3. I can tell you to pick up my Les Paul. I can plug you into my rig. I can teach you my riff. You can technically play it perfectly, and it still doesn't sound like me.
Even the pick itself has a big effect on how it sounds.
100%.
Yep.
How you hold it.
Yep.
The pressure you put on, all those things you just mentioned. 100%. And so that's, to me, that's what it means when somebody says 90% of your tone comes from your fingertips. Because I can give you the exact same pick.
Yep.
But you don't hold it the same way. So you strike the strings at a slightly different angle. That changes the tone of the strings. Call me crazy, but I'm not wrong. Like,
exactly.
I know I'm right because I've been there and I've done that.
Yep.
Like that's one of my favorite things about having this podcast is sitting on with peers and guys who've fucking done bigger things than me. And like, there's certain absolute truths in this industry that you one day just understand. And the only people that argue with them are guys who haven't been there and haven't done that. And so and honestly, we've been here for a couple hours already, but within 15, 20 minutes, you can usually be like, man, this guy's full of shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I know he's full of shit because he answered this one thing wrong. Ah, fuck that guy. Because my wife has asked me that. Because like we'll walk out and she'll be like, God, that guy wasn't. And I'll be like, oh, he was full of shit. And she'll be like, I thought so. But what was it that stuck out to you? And I was like, yeah, when he described being on the road, that thing he said right here, this example, that doesn't happen. That's made up. That's things you see in movies.
Yeah.
It's not how it really is. And she goes, I fucking knew it. Because I've been on the road, but I hadn't been on the road like a lot.
Yeah.
Because my wife has. She's been on tour with bands and shit. Yeah, like
really?
She's not a musician, but she dated a couple famous people before me. And so she's been there and done that too. Like, and she like road managed and she's been in the industry. And yeah, she's like, but I haven't been on the road like as much, as often. She's like, I've been out there enough where that didn't sit right with me either. And I was like, yeah, that's total bullshit. And she's like, I fucking knew it. You know? Yeah. So it's so interesting because there's certain weird absolute truths in this industry that will paint themselves. And it kind of just like shows the holes in your bucket.
Yeah.
And it almost has nothing to do with success. It just has more to do with experience. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
That kind of blows my mind. Like, it's one of my favorite things to realize about this podcast, but it's one of those things that is hard to kind of put into context until you've really sat there and thought about it for a longer period of time. Yeah, I've had a couple dudes come on this podcast and try to bullshit me. And I'm like, come on, dude. I'm like, come on, bro. Like, stop. Just stop.
So how long have you had this?
We're coming up on a year.
Nice.
It looks like we're going to clip 100 episodes before our first year, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's huge.
I'm very excited. And we've come a long way. We've come a long way in this less than a year. I think we're on 10 months now. July 25th was our first podcast episode. I only know that because it was my dog's birthday. The only reason I remember that. And no, that's true. I don't remember the first one because I can easily go back and look.
True.
I can, but no, it was my dog's birthday. It was July 25th.
Has anybody ever told you have crazy, like, Randy Blythe vibes?
When I was a singer, yeah.
Really?
When I was on stage, I got that a lot.
You got, like, Randy Blythe vibes for sure.
Is that good?
Yeah, he's the shit.
I know he's a badass, but I also know he's gone to jail a lot, so I don't know how you're presenting this.
I think he went to jail once. But, I mean, he accidentally threw somebody in the crowd or something. Or he accidentally killed somebody, essentially, right?
I mean, I accidentally kill people all the time. This is all lining up. No big deal. Accidental death,
true.
Intentional death, totally different. Being a negligent fuck is no big deal. I'm glad I remind you of Randy.
No, it's more so like the facial hair and just the build.
Well, dude, think about it. I'm a Minnesota farm boy, right?
Yeah.
I grew up in the suburbs. I didn't move to the fucking cities until I was a teenager. My entire life was growing up out there. I'm super out of place in the cities, even to this day. I've lived here for 23 years now in the cities. I've lived in the cities way longer than I lived out of the cities.
Nice.
But I still feel out of place because I'm into fucking rock and metal.
Yeah.
I wear a camo fucking hat. I wear steel toe boots every day.
Yep. And you live in North Minneapolis.
I live in North
and you're
Minneapolis.
Wearing a fucking camo hat.
And I'm regularly outside doing fucking yard work and fixing and remodeling my house. I'm a fucking man out of time. I'm not out of place. I'm out of time. Because you put me in this neighborhood 50 years ago, and I'm just another asshole.
Mm-hmm.
I'm exactly like every person in this neighborhood. Now I'm the odd man out.
Yep.
I'm cool with it. I get along with everybody. Seriously, I know all these people. I'm friends with all these people in my neighborhood. Like, I know their families. I know their children. They come over here. We sit in my backyard and we eat food. I go to their parties.
That's so sick.
Yeah, it's that's why I don't buy this whole racism shit, because I don't live it.
Mm-hmm.
I experience some of it. And I see some of it, but not to the degree that everyone's like, motherfucker, come on. This is not what happens here.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not. It's just not what happens on an actual human level. Most people in a real apocalypse situation, I don't trust anybody. But until we hit that point, almost everybody is a good person, and they really do believe in community and the whole.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only when like food and the survival of their children are on the line that a motherfucker will get dark and start killing people. Like, for real. Like, until we're at that point.
Yeah.
Come on.
It kind of sucks that people are out there killing people anyway, though. Just because they're psychopaths.
Yeah, the one that's got me fucked up lately, dude, is how none of the local city or state governments are dealing with the homeless issue. And homeless violence is at an like all-time high.
Here in the cities?
In not specifically Minneapolis, although it is higher than it normally has been.
Mm-hmm.
But it's way worse in like LA and New York.
Oh, yeah.
Where there's documented. I just watched a whole documentary where these dudes who are like homeless and mentally ill, they'll be walking down the street and they'll just randomly start assaulting people on a felon level, like seriously violent assaults. And then the cops will arrest them. They'll charge them. They'll let them back out on the street, and then they're never actually like prosecuted. They're just out there.
That's nuts.
Because they're homeless. So when they're served papers for a court date, where do you serve that to? A homeless shelter?
Damn.
You see what I'm saying?
Know that was there's no way what was going on.
There's no way to follow up and get them into court, and so like you can't hold these people. It's unconstitutional.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have to let them out.
Yeah,
it's a whole fucking
weird.
thing. It's a whole fucking thing. Like,
and
it's sad because like it's tried to fix
sad.
this problem once, and then it got really unethical, like back in the 50s and 60s. And like, did you ever watch American Horror Story?
Some of it. It gets a little dark for me.
Do you remember that season where they were doing weird shit in that insane asylum?
Yeah.
That is a little dramatized. Like where they're like doing experimental human shit and they like built a zombie thing.
Yeah.
That's totally drama.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
But no, they were doing sadistic shit like that. Like women were regularly raped. People were experimented on. Like people were tortured. Like, it was completely inhumane. So we ended that and we just let them out with no follow-up plan.
Yeah.
And 30, 40 years later, there's a serious problem where now you could just be walking down the street and just get the shit kicked out of you by some random schizophrenic person. And your local government isn't doing anything about it. Yeah, I just watched this whole thing about this lady that got a bucket of hot diarrhea dumped on her. And yeah, she's got like, and I would too, man. Like, you're just walking down the street and all of a sudden you get a bucket of shit dumped on you. Like, yeah, I'd have some fucking PTSD too.
This was from a homeless person?
Yeah, dude with schizophrenia. It was sad, you know. And like, you can't even like be like, oh, what a shitty person. It's like, no, he's mentally ill.
Yeah.
Like, fuck, you know, like, you can't really even blame him. You can't even really blame the guy who committed the crime.
Yeah.
If you do, you're kind of an asshole. You know what I mean? Fuck. Tough, man.
Yeah.
A little much, brah. A little much. Why we're probably moving to Texas. We're going to be a dual citizen.
I wouldn't do it. I love it. I love it where I live. I know there's some weird areas of South Minneapolis, but me and my lady just moved to Nokomis.
That's a nice spot.
Yeah, so we're by like a nice lake.
You buy a house?
No, we're renting.
Go renting.
We were gonna buy a house.
Doesn't make sense, dude. With the work with the work you're putting in, it doesn't make sense to buy a house yet.
Mm-hmm.
You're too legit with the music right now.
Mm-hmm.
Buying a house is a burden at this point.
Yeah,
you need something where you have zero work to do.
Okay.
Like you can bail out for 2 to 6 weeks and go on a tour, and your wife isn't completely overwhelmed with maintaining the house and the property. Like renting is smart right now. Wait until you can have somebody there with her.
Yeah.
Whether you're hiring a company or you have a person that lives with you and they can help. You don't want to be. Trust me. I've actually had to put off any hope of touring for the last 2-3 years.
You're remodeling.
Yeah, I got too much going on. I have to wait until I'm in a position where I can pay somebody to come mow the lawn. Because if I'm gone for 6 weeks and my wife's busy working and doing shit, I'll get fined from the city because my lawn's too fucking high. Dumb shit like that.
Yeah.
That's what you have to worry about when you're a homeowner.
That's true.
Like the dumbest shit.
Yeah.
Some fucking random asshole comes and dumps a bunch of shit in your alley, in your driveway. You get within 24 hours, you get a letter in the mail.
Yeah.
Boom, violation for city codes. And it's like, if I'm gone for 2 weeks, it just cost me $250 because the city will come pick it up and then send you a bill.
Yeah.
Your wife may not be able to get out there and do that in time. You're doing it right now. Just keep doing what you're doing.
It's more so just the fact that houses are more expensive right now. Obviously, the interest rates are a lot lower right now. But yeah,
houses rarely ever go down in value. Like you need a big economic crash. But don't let the prices be the thing, but let it be what you're capable of executing. Like my uncle started B96. Remember that radio station here in Minneapolis?
I never listened to the radio.
96.3. You've never heard of the radio frequency 96.3?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay. Well, my uncle Sam started that. He's been on the podcast.
That's so sick.
He worked with Jesse Ventura. He's in a bunch of successful
The Body.
shit. Yeah, The Body when he was governor. And here's the point. He's just kind of like a mentor. You can only have 3 things on your plate if you want to be successful. Your band is one, your day job is one, if you still have a day job, and your girl is one.
Yep.
Don't add anything onto that plate beyond those 3 things, or you'll never be successful at any of them 3 things. One of the smartest, strongest pieces of advice I've ever gotten in my life. Promise you, bro. So don't buy a fucking house. Don't go doing any of that other crazy shit. Focus on your band. You guys are doing really well. You have the serious potential to be. I haven't seen you live yet, but so far from everything I've heard, based on the people you've been fucking with, sounds like it's right there in front of you. And just don't get distracted. That's the biggest thing is motherfuckers will get distracted. Their egos will get a little bit too big for them.
Yeah.
You know, all of a sudden, one random band member starts getting talked to by another big band.
Yeah.
You know, some weird shit. Nah, stay humble, stay focused. This is working.
Yeah.
This is working. Keep going and just try to just get to the point where you guys are making serious. When I say serious money, I mean like you would laugh at a day job.
Yeah.
You'd be like, nah, dude, I make 30, 40 grand a year doing music.
Like, yeah.
Okay, you're
whenever
gonna offer,
shows happen,
yeah, or even streams and downloads and licensing deals because you got shit going in video game and movie soundtracks or whatever. You know, there's so many ways to monetize now. Your YouTube channel is a great example. I've seen it. You guys have your real music videos on there. I've seen you guys have some playthrough videos where you're doing shit like that. Yeah. That's smart. That's what you need to be doing. You're doing everything right.
Yeah.
And it's funny because I've had a lot of conversations on this podcast that are the exact opposite of this, where I'm like, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? You know, you should be doing this. You should be doing that. And I seem very preachy and very arrogant, but this is a perfect example. No, you guys are doing everything you should be doing. I'm telling you, don't get distracted from that now. Now that you seem to have it figured out and you've got this fucking bullet traveling in one direction, don't veer off course.
Yeah.
Stay on target. Keep doing what you're doing, and it's only a matter of time because you've already put in the equity.
Yeah, we've put in a lot of time.
2012, you said you started this?
Yeah, I mean, it was shot back then, but, everybody starts somewhere.
What gave you the confidence to keep going?
I think it was just always, for me, I'm externally motivated, so it was always people telling me, like, yeah, you guys are fucking sick, or you're a great musician, or just little shit like that. Like, I write music for myself. Like, at the end of the day, like, if I don't like it, I'm not gonna try to put it out. I'm not trying to sell something that's not genuine.
I feel that though. No, because I think I'm in the exact same way.
Yeah.
I never phrased it that way. That you said externally motivated.
Yeah.
I always said respect from my peers.
Yeah.
So when like for example, if we played a show together someday and you came up to me and I will know, because we've been around long enough. When I see the look in your eyes and there's a certain type of handshake or hug and you go, dude, you guys fucking rock.
Yeah.
That's why I do it.
Yep.
Is peer, not pure.
Yep.
Peer recognition. So when motherfuckers I respect tell me I rock, that's the shit.
That's the most important part, yeah.
For me, that's my motivation. So it's very ego driven. It's very recognition driven, which in my little algorithm that the fans know or the viewers know a lot about is ego or fame driven. So I always there's 4. I've added a 4th one, by the way. You either do it for fame, money, pussy, or power. It's one of those 4 things. That's why you leave your basement, you form a band, and you try to get out there. You either want fame, money, pussy, or power. Or all of them. Or any combination of those. But it's definitely one of those.
Yeah.
What we just described, no matter how we look at it psychologically, falls into that fame thing.
Yeah.
And we're not actually trying to get famous so random people are like, oh my God. But having a peer come up, that external motivation?
Motivated, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, or external motivation, yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, I feel that. Yep. That resonates
but
with me.
There are a lot of people that I love that are a little more, internally motivated. They motivate themselves, which is kind of like me when I'm writing. If I'm creating something, it's all about me at the beginning. Whatever's going to satisfy my own fucking, I guess it would be ego, but it's like, if I'm writing something that could, stand up to, the shit that I love to listen to, like, that's all I want. You know what I mean?
That's crazy. That's an even deeper level than I ever have been brought up. Because when I bring up that stupid analogy, it's only the motivation to leave your basement. Because if it was really just a love of music, you would never do anything other than write it, record it, and listen to it.
Yeah, or I'd be in a cover band, which I respect.
Even in the cover band, it could be, I want to play shows.
Yeah,
I want to like be seen.
Yeah,
right. There's other motivations there now.
Yeah,
but what you're talking about is on a deeper level that I'm not sure I ever thought about. I think you're still right, and if I understand you correctly, yeah. Now that we've acknowledged why we are performing as artists, you brought up something on a deeper level, which is what motivates us while we're writing our current shit. And you're right. It is. And initially, it's still me. It's still, is this good enough? Does this get my dick hard?
Yep.
Does this make me want to headbang? And then when I think I'm onto something, I still do the thing, Duro. Do you do this where you send it out to like maybe a dozen or 2 people that you know and respect as musicians?
Maybe like 3.
Yours is 3?
Yeah, around there.
Mine's a wide net because
I love it.
I need as many people as I can because I'm itching for somebody to go, this part sucks. The worst thing you could ever tell me is when I send you a demo, go, sounds good, dude. I like it, man.
Yeah.
Horns, rock on. Sounds great. Yep. Metal, heavy. None of that helped.
That's true.
Not one of those things just helped. I just listed like a dozen. None of those helped. I want to hear this part is weak. Yeah. Why are you playing that verse? That verse riff, it sucks. Like that, get rid of that part.
Yeah.
I'm even to the level where like That verse is a little sloppy. Yeah, I know that. That doesn't even help. Like, I'm not worried about my execution. I want to know, does this song work?
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever get that where you're like,
yeah,
because you're just so in it?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Who do you reach out to other than a band member? Who do you reach out to that you trust to like be like, dude, this is awesome, or like, ooh, why did no, not that. Like Lars Ulrich's dad in that.
Yeah. Oh
delete
my God.
that. Delete that.
I just saw an article pop up about that.
Do you have a Lars Ulrich's dad?
Yeah.
Do you have a guy who would tell you to delete
really.
that?
It's not. I don't have any one person. Like I think I sent Dead Matter to a couple people. You know, I sent it to a couple people that were more successful than me that we've played shows with, and just never really got any fucking response. Sometimes you don't get a response.
Is that worse? In your eyes,
I think that's worse than saying like
when they pretend they didn't get it.
Well, not really that. It's worse than like somebody saying fucking good job or
that's what I'm saying. When they just pretend they didn't get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's almost worse that you pretend you never saw it or just ignored me. It's almost worse because it's like dating a girl where you're like, what's wrong with me? Am I wrong?
Yeah.
It's so funny, dude. It's
like yeah.
We're so different in our like expressive personalities. I'm very wordy and talkative, and you're super chill and laid back. Like
I am very wordy and talkative. Like I am that kind of person.
Well, I can tell you're a little nervous to be on the podcast then, and I'm trying to make it comfortable, but like I think it's hilarious because I feel like we think the same though.
Yeah.
Like, but you remind me of dudes like, how do I say this? You're very like normal Midwestern, and I'm like big city Midwestern. So I'm like the fast talker, like rambler.
Yeah. And you're perfect for this shit, dude. This shit
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm either perfect for this or I'm the worst for this.
Dude.
It's one of the two. There's no in between. I'm either literally perfect for this or I'm the worst type of person have doing this.
You could be a fucking DJ too, I feel like.
That's an insult.
It's not an insult.
Just kidding, buddy.
No, you could do fucking like Howard Stern type shit.
You want another beer? I'm going to grab a beer.
No, I got this.
You grabbed one already?
No, it appeared down there. I don't know what happened.
It didn't appear.
I don't know.
You grabbed it. That was a preemptive strike on your part. I don't know what you're doing.
Dick.
I don't know what you're doing in that fridge, but I'm playing beer roulette.
Okay.
Like I'm not looking, and I don't know if you did it on purpose, but almost all the labels are spun this way.
Oh damn, no I didn't.
So I'm literally just blindly grabbing and then going, what did I get? Oh,
you're getting lucky.
Another spotted cow.
Yeah.
I think I've gone every other one. I think I went spotted, two-hearted, spotted.
Yeah, I think I had one spotted and two hearteds.
And I think we're evening out.
I'm 4 hearteds deep.
You're like the 4-stroke engine of fish.
Yes. But the ladies' parents hooked us up with the New Glarus.
Oh no shit!
Yeah,
are they from Scotty?
No, they're from Buffalo, Minnesota. They Hudson recently.
Just for the listeners that have no idea what we're talking about, some of the viewers might know, but a lot of the listeners we have are across the country.
Oh yeah,
and globally, we have a shit ton of viewers. We have a shit ton of listeners in France, Germany, Russia, and really all over the globe. But those are kind of the 3 countries we're kind of doing well in, and they have no idea what we're talking about. So, but they do know a lot about America, so they understand the complexities here. So, Spotted Cow is a beer that is brewed in Wisconsin. However, the rival, if you think Minnesota is petty, I'm going to catch you up on something about this rivalry. Wisconsin hates Minnesota so much that this beer cannot be distributed or sold in the state of Minnesota. And there's been several liquor stores who have purchased this in Wisconsin and brought it to Minnesota and resold it, and they've lost their liquor license. That's how serious this is. That's how fucking much
they don't want to
Wisconsin,
make money?
They do not want their beer sold in Minnesota.
It's sold nowhere else, though, right?
You can't. No, I think you can buy this in Illinois.
Are you
and
fucking
Michigan.
kidding me?
Maybe, but I know you cannot legally buy this in Minnesota.
Wow.
Maybe you can like order it through one of those other companies.
Yeah.
But not at any liquor store. If there's a liquor store in the state of Minnesota selling spotted cow, they purchased it in Wisconsin and are selling it third hand illegally. So don't report them.
The most fake shit ever.
That's some gangsters. That's some bootlegging gangster level shit. That's saying fuck the Fed, fuck your company.
Their other stuff is really good
too. Fuck your couch.
Yeah. Dude, I don't know though. There's a lot of beers here in the cities that just shits on New Glarus though.
Fuck them.
Fuck them?
I'm a loyalist, man.
Yeah?
I'm a Minnesota Rube. I'm a Minnesota sports fan. I'm a Minnesota brewery guy. Like I love Minnesota. I love everything about this place, except for our current local politics, which I've ranted plenty about. But regardless, if you're gonna hate on that brewery, suck it.
Yeah.
Like here's the thing: is like, stop selling Minnesota beer and Wisconsin beer. You're in Wisconsin. Stop selling Minnesota brewed beers in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Surly, pull the trigger. You're the leader in the local Minnesota industry.
Mm-hmm.
Stop selling your beers in Wisconsin. Pave the way like you did everything else, and let's declare a beer war. If you really want to do this, let's do this.
Yeah.
Let's prove we're superior at something, because they crush us at every sport. The Packers, the Brewers,
that's true.
the Bucks.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know.
The only thing they can't crush us at is NHL hockey, because they don't have a team.
Really?
College football, smoke us.
Why would they not have a team though?
I don't know, but they've been offered a hockey team for like 40 years and they keep saying no. For real.
Wow.
In fact, so much to the point where there's going to be the 32nd and final team in the NHL for a very long time, and it's going to Seattle. They offered it again to Milwaukee, and they were like, no, we're good. But they love their college hockey. Wisconsin Badgers hockey, seriously, they care. They care about every single sport except for professional hockey, and
they're right up here with us.
Yeah,
like, why the fuck would you not have a hockey team?
Like, nah.
Yeah.
Nah.
Damn.
We got the
crazy
Packers.
That they
we got the Packers.
Dude, yeah.
That's all they need.
Kill it, and so do the Packers. Like, why have the Packers always just fucking destroyed?
Well,
we've had like
maybe
like 3 years.
I'll tell you
Vikings.
I'll tell you why. It's both a combination of pure luck and genius, advantageous taking of an opportunity. So Brett Favre was not drafted by the Packers. He was drafted by the Atlanta Falcons, and the coach of the Falcons hated him. And the coach of the Falcons said, as long as I'm the coach, Brett Favre will never throw a pass for the Atlanta Falcons. So the GM for the Packers was smart enough to trade for Brett Favre as a second-round pick. However, Brett Favre didn't come to Green Bay and immediately become the starter. In fact, I talked to Ezra about this. Ezra was drafted by the Packers, and he sat in that chair where you're sitting right now, and he played with Brett Favre.
Damn.
When Brett Favre showed up. And the moment Brett Favre walked through that door, he wasn't even the starter yet, and he was already the most popular guy on the team because he's got that personality first and foremost. And now not all of this has been talked about on the podcast, so you're just going to have to take my word for it. But I'm telling you this is a fact. Okay. Then the starting quarterback got injured. Brett Favre came into the game and led them to win that very first, a comeback win. To win the first game. So between his electric and magnetic personality and his ability to win that first game, combined with the just pure luck that he acts, because when he played college football, he played in a system where he never threw the football either. Ever.
Damn.
In high school, he never threw the football. So there was really no proof he was who he was. It was kind of like, hey, we need a backup quarterback because we think this guy's going to get injured. So let me give you a second-round pick, which back then they didn't really understand the value of a second-round pick. And they had this guy, Brett Favre, on the roster.
Damn.
And he did pretty good in practice, but he still wasn't the starter.
Yeah.
But everyone liked him. And then the starting quarterback got injured, and this guy came in and won the game. And he won another game, and another. And then all of a sudden he's Brett Favre.
Yeah.
And then Why I say they got more luck is because Aaron Rodgers was supposed to be arguably the number one pick in the draft. It was a guy named Alex Smith or Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is from San Francisco. He's a hometown boy. He should have been drafted. In retrospect, everyone knows Aaron Rodgers should have been a San Francisco 49er.
Oh, yeah.
But they passed on him. They drafted Alex Smith instead. And the next team drafted someone. The next team. And just like that Cleveland Browns movie with, what's his name, who did Waterworld and Dances with Wolves?
Kevin Costner.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just like that movie, exactly like that movie, everyone went, well, what's wrong with this guy?
What movie was that?
Draft Day or something like that. And everyone's like, what's wrong with this guy? What's wrong with this guy? So everyone passed on him. And then the Packers at 24 were like, well, fuck it. He was supposed to be number one.
Mm-hmm.
Who cares if he fell this far? We'll take a risk. You got lucky that many teams passed on him.
Yeah.
But you were smart enough to take advantage of the opportunity. That's how the Packers have done this.
Yeah.
Now the real indictment, and we're going deep football. I know you're not a big football fan, but next time
I'm getting learned.
But next time this comes up and you're sitting out at the bar and you're listening to some idiot run his mouth about how great the Packers are, you don't even have to argue with him, but you're going to know in the back of your mind because you're going to hear this and you can ask any football expert and they'll go, yeah, that's actually true. The fact that the fucking Green Bay Packers have had 2 consecutive back-to-back Hall of Fame quarterbacks.
Oh, yeah.
And all they have to show for it is 1 Super Bowl each.
Damn. I didn't know that.
It's one of the worst organizations in football. Tom Brady himself has 7. 6 with New England and 1 with Tampa Bay. Green Bay, with Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, have 2 Super Bowl victories.
Damn.
That's it. They lucked out and got 2 Hall of Fame quarterbacks back to back, and they do what I now call Brett Favring a quarterback. We win a Super Bowl early. We know he can sell tickets. Don't worry about getting him a good team. Just let's make as much money as we can.
Okay.
And so they never win another Super Bowl. You see this happen a lot in the NFL.
Damn.
And I call it Brett Favring a quarterback. And that's what they turned around and did, because now they still haven't won a Super Bowl. And just last year, they drafted another new guy called Jordan Love. And Aaron Rodgers wants to leave Green Bay because of it. Because he's like,
I heard about that.
You just drafted me for Brett Favre.
Mm-hmm.
He's Jordan Love for Aaron Rodgers. Fuck you guys.
Yeah.
You're Brett Favring me.
Yeah.
See, even he's catching
and he's
on.
like surprised.
He's like, I want out.
Yeah.
I'm never going to win a Super Bowl here.
Yeah.
Someone's calling me right now. Hold on. This is Anwar. We're talking about football. And Anwar's calling me. I'm not going to let him take over the podcast, but he's definitely calling me about something right now. You know I'm on a podcast.
I'm sorry. You're trying to use me as some comic relief and shit right now. I already know it's that.
No, I'm not. You called me.
This is why you answered the phone. I did call you.
Because I literally just said, it's on delay, motherfucker. I just said, we're talking about football. If he's calling me, it's for a reason.
Oh, nah, man. It was just about football. No, I just...
Well, he's not a big football fan, so make it quick.
I'm still confused why you answered the damn phone, man.
Because you called me.
Thanks, man. You're an awesome friend. That's all I got for that.
Dude, if you're gonna, if you, not anyone, but if Anwar's gonna call me, and I know you knew we were on a podcast, so knowing that you know we're on a podcast, if you're gonna call me, it's worth answering. Because Anwar wouldn't call me on a podcast if it wasn't worth answering. And I'm not patronizing you. I don't blow smoke.
No, you're doing neither. You're trying to technically manipulate this conversation into getting me to say that I'm watching the podcast or not watching the podcast. That's what it feels like.
Just admit you're watching the podcast and you felt compelled to call in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Sure, I did. What are we talking about?
That's why I love you, man. Dustin just brought up, even though he's not a big sports fan, he understands and feels how bad it is to be a Minnesota sports fan because his friends are Minnesota sports fans. And then he brought up the Packers.
That's a poor attempt at empathy.
And then I brought up the Packers, and I go, here's why the Packers suck. And I'm going to give one last clue before anything else is said. If you ever want to piss off a Packers fan because they're running their mouth a little too much, tell them Aaron Rodgers is soft and watch how fast that conversation changes.
Or that he's gay. I mean, let's just be honest. I'm not.
Oh, come on. You can't say that. You can't say that. You're going to get me canceled.
Nothing wrong with it. No, there's nothing wrong with it.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Louis C.K. style, everybody's fine. We're all fine.
It's like a Seinfeld line. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with Aaron Rodgers liking to beat him. You know? Like, come on, man. Let's leave it at that.
I'm not going to hold it against him, but what I am going to hold against him is the fact that I don't fear that man in the dark alley.
Well, I mean, let's just be honest, too. You can't hide it either. If you're if that's what you are, then just be honest with it. I mean, I'm hearing stuff about a trainer, and they could just be, kind of that weird.
Maybe he's bisexual, and I'm cool with that too.
Yeah,
but I still won't fear the man in a dark alley if we're going to get in a fist fight. That's all I'm saying. He's soft. If you ever want to piss off a Packer fan, just say Aaron Rodgers is soft.
Until the Packer fan you're trying to piss off, I personally don't think Aaron Rodgers is soft. And here's why. Because I'm a diehard Vikings fan. But Aaron Rodgers won me money in my most competitive football league, so I can hate the Packers, but I'm going to be honest, I kind of love Aaron Rodgers in a manly way.
In a manly way.
Dude, I'm calling you back after the podcast. This got weird. This took a wicked left turn. This took a wicked left turn.
You brought up the Packer fan stuff, man. You talking about a Packer fan in front of him. I'm assuming he's a Packer fan, right?
No, he doesn't care about sports.
I'm a basketball guy.
Why would you phrase it like that, man? What was the purpose? Never mind, man.
I'll call you after the podcast. I love you, bro.
I love that.
My favorite line, why I'm laughing so hard, is your boy jumped in and he said, "You're really gaslighting this phone call." I know you're watching this podcast, which is why I'm saying you're watching this pod. I know exactly what he's talking about. That was fun. Oh, fuck. Hey, what's up with your pinch harmonics, bro?
Dude, did somebody say that?
No one said anything. I just randomly brought it up for no reason whatsoever.
Sometimes it's a habit. Comes out.
Is it the Zach Wild in you?
Yeah.
Harnessing that inner Zach Wild?
Yep.
What is it with us guitar players that love a perfectly placed pinch harmonic?
I would just say, just like having a different color to paint with, like a different.
I love that.
Different color on the palette, some, switching it up on them. I think the best riffs are the ones that are just like a combination of, you got some chugs and you got a pinch, you got some minor seconds in there, some gnarly shit.
What about pinch harmonies? We're gonna play a Thin Lizzy style harmonized guitar riff, but perfectly placed. We're both gonna pinch harmonic or harmonized parts. Oh,
well, I think Slipknot did that with Duality. I think those pinch harmonics are. Yeah, I think they're harmonized.
I know exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
If you don't know exactly what part of what Slipknot song I'm talking about by going boom, then you can eat shit.
Very warbly sounding.
You know what exactly?
Yeah. Yes.
And it goes dunk dunk.
Yeah.
There's a dunk right before the.
Yeah. I keep on thinking of a newer Slipknot song. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Yeah. It's the hardest one to teach, I feel like.
The easiest one to mouth guitar.
Yes. Yeah.
I feel like a Muppet every
Maybe
time
that's
I
a
do
different
that.
one. Is that Duality?
I don't know. It sounds like Duality. They
Oh,
honestly,
I think that's Psychosocial that you're singing.
dun, dun, diddle, dun, dun,
Yeah.
dun, diddle, dun, dun. Well,
I might be wrong.
well, who knows? You're a Dimebag kid?
Yeah, I'm definitely more Zach Wild, but I love Dimebag.
Okay.
Dimebag's
Pop
my
quiz,
fucking guy.
hot shot. That's a speed reference. Pop quiz, hot shot. For the vast majority of Dimebag's career, did he have good guitar tone or not?
I think he had unique tone. He was very unique. The entire career.
I'm liking this guy more and more every time I ask him a
I
question.
think he created a monster with that tone.
Yeah, a bad
Scooping
monster,
the
right?
mids.
Yeah, that was not good tone.
No.
It was unique,
Yep.
but it
It was
wasn't
unique to
actually
the world
good.
at the time, and the world needed it. You know what I mean?
Slow clap and round of applause for Dustin Korth for finally answering it. A real bona fide guitar player, actually not sitting here trying to fucking make an argument that was good tone. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm developing so much respect for you as a
I
musician.
appreciate it.
Seriously, and I'm not patronizing you. I'll eat you alive if you try to sit here and bullshit me. You're answering me honestly.
I'm a nerd, so
Dude, you're honestly though, like, you're humble, you're fucking cool, and you look at things without needing to add the emotional attachment. So you can go, I loved it because it was unique and I was super into it. But I can admit he unleashed a monster, to use your words. That scoop mid tone, it wasn't good for metal music. Mm-hmm. There was a lot of bands who could have sounded great and made it, but they thought because Dimebag did that, it had to be good.
Yeah.
And they sounded like shit, and people thought they sounded like shit, and their bands didn't make it anywhere because of that.
Yeah.
I know that sounds extreme, but that's real.
I want to say he started out with solid state amps where he wasn't using tubes.
You're probably right.
And he was scooping the mids. And then like I think when he started Damage Plan, like before he died, he started using like crank amps, and they got tubes.
Yeah, I think that happened actually before Pantera broke up, because Reinventing the Steel, we've looked this up.
Was that tubes as well?
I don't know, but I'm telling you, the tone changed.
Yeah, oh yeah. It's always like a progression with that shit, too.
We looked it up one night. We were arguing about it on the podcast. Literally, we ended it, and I walked somebody out, and my phone was ringing with my buddy on FaceTime, and he's like, it's Reinventing the Steel. You need to look it up. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, I'm going to wait on the phone. I'm like, okay. And I shook my guest hand goodbye. Like, I guess I'm going on a FaceTime call now. But he did. He made me sit down, and he made me listen to the first couple tracks of that record. And he's like, this is what you were talking about. And he's like, he had my back on it, but he wasn't going to let me go on another podcast without knowing what I was trying to reference, because I couldn't remember which album he updated his tone on, and it was Reinventing the Steel. That's good guitar tone.
Mm-hmm.
Breathtaking, actually, especially live. Not only did it sound good on record, but live it also ripped your face off.
It's so weird, like the way I think it also comes back to the fingers. You know what I mean? I think.
You think he changed his style?
No, I just think that he had such good fingers. Like the way his tone was, you know,
in the beginning,
just in throughout. I think that it was so good from the get go. Like, Cowboys, like, maybe sounded like a trash can, like as far as like guitar tone goes, but like actually listening to the riffs, they sound so big. You know what I mean?
Dude, that fucking, oh my God, someone else is calling. Hold on. Josh, you're on we're doing a podcast right now. You're live with us.
Oh, hey man.
Show me on the doll where Pantera touched you.
Dude, right in the penis every time. Kidding me?
This is Josh Siegel. This is Josh Siegel. He's to sing for Primer 55. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that band, but that's who's calling me right now.
I have.
Dude, are you calling because we're live, or are you just calling me because you were supposed to call me?
I'm just calling you because I was supposed to call you.
Okay, I have to call you back, dude.
Dude, the only people that call me are my parents and my girlfriend.
I don't answer the phone every time someone calls. There's certain people I will answer the phone during a podcast. And I wasn't sure. That time I wasn't sure. But
Is he really in Primer 55?
he was, yes.
That's awesome.
That's the former singer of Primer
Wow.
55. Yeah, he's a good buddy of ours. He's from here. He's coming on the podcast in July.
Nice.
We got him officially booked up. He's coming back up into town. I actually was just hanging out with him when I went to Texas. He lives in Texas.
Very nice.
What were we talking about before Josh called?
Dimebag's shitty ass tone.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what, though. Vulgar Display of Power.
Yeah.
They learned how to produce that shitty tone. Because
yeah.
Vulgar Display of Power.
Yeah. I mean, the way it's produced, I want to say...
Actually, hold on. Did I just...
Yeah.
That's 5 minutes alone.
Yeah, that's far beyond driven.
Yeah,
Yep. Vulgar
that's
the
not-
same shit though. Like Vulgar,
Is that...
Vulgar had Walk that had fucking...
Yeah, but I thought that was Great Southern Trendkill with fucking 5 minutes alone.
No, that's far beyond driven.
Is it? Okay,
Yeah.
my bad.
But the tone kept getting beefy. But I want to say maybe Dimebag was just kind of dialing in the tone.
I think the producer learned how
That's
to
what I'm saying.
capture it.
Well, they had fucking... his name. I'm the worst with names.
No,
right
so
now.
am I.
Yeah, I
No.
don't know.
No.
I got it.
No, Jamie's. No, stop. Put your phone down. Jamie's. Who produced that record? What record are we talking about? Vulgar Display of Power?
I mean, it was pretty much all of them after. Actually, it may have even been the first Pantera record.
Okay, Jamie's, look that up. Who was
having a
the
brain
producer on Great Southern Trendkill, Vulgar Display of Power? Who produced those records? That's what we want to know. While
Yeah.
you're looking that up, I got to take another leak. Let's play one more of your tracks.
Yes.
We got two more. We have three more, but we'll probably not get to them all. But we have enough, is the point. So media player. Okay, I have to see it. I don't have to see it. All right, so here we go. Blah 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 blah. I'm gonna take a leak. Put that shit up in there. We want to know who produced those 2 or 3 records by Pantera, and we're going to take a quick break, and we'll come back and
I got Rex's book. I got to read it.
we're gonna address this producer thing. Show me on the doll where Pantera touched you. Jamie's looked that up.
These oceans. Conduct yourself. It's paid and murdered. Cardboard martyr of silence. Follow the path they
confidentiality agreements.
Yeah.
So I can't drop names if I wanted to, and even if I did want to, no one would ever fucking know who I was talking about because they never made it. You know what I mean? You want your headphones back on? I mean,
I actually like it without them.
I know.
Just for now.
Okay, you can rock them without, but I don't want to be the only one without. I don't. It feels weird if I have them on, but I'm gonna be watching that microphone instead of looking in your eyes.
You got
I'm
nothing
gonna
to
be
worry
on your
about.
ass about it.
I've seen enough podcasts.
No, but you guys are fucking good, man.
I
You guys are
appreciate
really
that.
fucking good. And it's not just in a pure skilled approach. So it's not just the shred. It's not just a bunch of noodlers. Like there's songwriting happening.
Yeah, that's the most
there's
important
good
part
parts.
to me and John's relationship. We both fucking, when we write these songs, it's very much trying to write good music. You know what I mean?
I think it's working.
That comes from the song, you know.
Good, dude. I really like it,
appreciate
dude.
that.
And not that my opinion actually matters, but I am very hard to please musically. Like, and that's not me bragging. Not me bragging. It's not me saying I'm cool in my opinion means anything. It doesn't. I'm just simply saying that, like, it's very hard for me to be like, I actually like this. No, like, this is dope. Like,
Damn.
and if you can get through to people like me, that means you can get through to people like my mother, you know? And my mom is somebody I've always put as like the prototypical fan. If you can get my mom to say it's good, you can sell 1 million records. My mom is your target audience. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel that with a lot of moms. I feel like we get that a lot, but we also get
just not your own mom.
All we get is like.
But your own mom never counts. You know that, right?
No, I know. It's not my own mom. It's
that's like saying that's like when your mom's like, you're charming and you have a great butt.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, thanks, mom.
No, this is everybody's mom. They're like, we like the music, but does he gotta scream so much? And just like feel like that. It's like you'll never know. But at the same time, if you like the music, that's all that matters, dude.
If you have the balls to keep going for another 10 years without giving up, there will be a new generation of moms that aren't bothered by the screaming.
That's true. I'm
not fucking with you.
We'll be a bunch of silver foxes in 20 years playing.
Think about it. When Metallica
playing gent riffs.
When Metallica was in their prime, how many people with gray hair did you see in the audience? None.
I don't want to think about it.
I just went to Metallica a few years ago. There was a lot of fucking people with gray hair and guts in that audience. There was a lot of guys who looked like they didn't belong. And there was a lot of babies. There was a lot of children. There was a lot of 8-year-olds. Yeah. So when you keep going and the world becomes desensitized to your heaviness and just the song quality and the musical ability shines through, those moms who are complaining now turn into moms who don't give a fuck, and they're bringing their son.
True.
Because they're like, this is a band I was into when I was 18, and now that you're 8 and you're getting into music, I want you to see this band that was really important to me. And all of a sudden, your fucking fan base doubles because there's a bunch of babies in the. I know that sounds like silly and dramatic, but that's actually like how it literally works. So. If you have the balls to do the first thing I advise every band, which is don't quit.
Yeah.
Like that's the most important thing.
That's literally the only thing that we've done really well.
I think there's a lot of things you've done really well.
Yeah.
But that might be the most important because we all know prolific level songwriters and musicians that quit and now they're accountants or construction workers.
Yeah,
or insurance salesman. Good for you. You complimented me earlier, and you made me feel a lot better about what I said earlier about regretting quitting football. And you were like, I'd just feel cool that I had those kind of options. I feel like, and I was like, God, that's a really positive way to. But here, let me throw a positive at you. Good for you that you can't see yourself doing anything else. So for you, you don't even think about it as bravery. This is your only thing. That is the fucking smartest mentality to have. There is no other option. This is the only thing I can do.
Yeah.
God damn, man. That is fucking brilliant, dude. You get that from your parents? Were you raised like that?
I mean,
like, do your parents think this way? Did you see your dad or your mom think this way?
I think, yeah. I mean, I think my whole family is that way. Yeah.
What do they do? What's your parents
My
do?
mother's a safety coordinator at a place called Chief in Nebraska. It's
What
like
the fuck does a safety coordinator do? Is it as obvious as it sounds?
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't really know what she does. I'm not like.
What about your dad?
My dad is a retired mechanic. He lives in Hibbing, actually.
That makes sense. Mechanics and musicians have a weird mental.
Yep. And
there's like we all vibrate on the same frequency type thing.
Yep.
There's something weird that happens with mechanics and musicians. It's spinning speed. That's what metal music is about, right? Like we're not talking the formation, which is classical music and blues. You have classical orchestra, and then you have blues, rock and roll. That's how you get the two.
All the same shit.
That's how you get the two major like scales and theories and things that become Metallica and Megadeth.
Oh,
and
yep.
That's how we get there. But we're talking about the mentality of the approach.
Megadeth, though.
You also have some jazz and fucking all of it,
Yeah.
but predominantly it's classical music.
Yep.
And the diatonic scale, and then you have blues, which is the pentatonic scale.
Oh yeah.
Like metal music is theory-wise built on those two scales meeting each other.
This is incredible. Not saying that I'm surprised that you know this, but most podcasts that one would go on, they wouldn't have.
They would have
deep
no
metal knowledge.
Thank you,
or
man.
Theoretical.
Thank you, man.
Shit.
Well, that's the thing. That's what I was like. I may not have the same skill as you or Dalton or Gensmer or Tim Java or Tim Java, right? Like you can all play your instruments better than me. All of you can. That's my blessing and my curse is I'm a jack of all trades, but on a bad day I'm a hack of all trades. That's the reality we live in. I live in. But I'm competent enough on those instruments, and I really care about the art on a much deeper level than even people we've toured with.
Yeah.
So that is one of the nicest compliments I've received on this podcast is like, yeah, I do know my shit. And that's why people respect me. They may not always agree with me. They may call me a dick. But the reason I have equity and credibility is because I'm not full of shit. Mm-hmm. Everything I say has some basis in reality. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's just an opinion or a perspective, but I don't make shit up. Like, love me or hate me, you got to understand that, like, I speak from experience. Yeah. And that's why when I compliment people, I want it to mean something. Because I ain't going to sit here and bullshit you.
Yeah, I appreciate
that. If you sit here as Anwar, who called in earlier, and he's been on the podcast a couple times, where him and I are from, we call it selling wolf tickets. You're barking, you're running your mouth, talking about how great you are. And what we talked about earlier, like within moments, seconds, you're full of shit. This motherfucker ain't done nothing. He's bullshit. And then there's people that you can just like within moments, like I'll meet musicians outside randomly at the bar, hanging out. Maybe you're on tour. You meet some kid. He's like, "Oh, I'm in a band." When you first meet somebody in a band, do you ever ask them what instrument you play? Guitar. My next question is, you any good?
Yeah.
That's my first question.
Really?
Swear to God. Always. You any good? Because I want to know not what's real. I want to know how they respond to that question.
Yeah.
Because the ones who are actually good will say something along the lines of like, I hold my own. That's how I respond to that question. Dudes that are like, yeah, I'm fucking really good, dude. I'm like, no, you're not. I'm like, I'm over it, dude. No, you're not. No good guitar player has ever said, yes, I'm really good. No one. And I've met some really amazing ones. And the best you'll get is like, I hold my own.
Yeah.
Or I'm not embarrassed to stand in. The best, like most elaborate, detailed one was, I'll never be embarrassed to stand in any circles.
What?
So like if there was a circle of great guitar players, this dude was like, I'll never be embarrassed to be in that circle. Like I can keep up with anybody in any circle. But that was his way of saying that. Like, I'm not going to be embarrassed to stand in any circles. And I was like, oh, this motherfucker, this is a badass.
Maybe he's...
I'm sitting with a badass. Like, I'm sitting with a jobber right now who's probably played guitar with B.B. King. Like, this is who I'm sitting. Like, immediately I knew. I was like, oh, this motherfucker's legit. And that was the end of the questioning. And then the rest of the night was just us hanging out, talking about music. And
he was in circles?
I don't know, but
I don't know.
He never fucked up.
Yeah.
He never said anything that hinted at bullshit. Everything he said, I listened to.
Yeah.
Like, and I was very careful. I'm like, no, this motherfucker knows what he's talking about. You know,
True,
because dude, think about it. You're hanging out with people, you meet people, you're doing your deal. You're not asking people for your resume.
No.
You know, you're not asking people to prove or who they've played with. You would never do that. Think about that, right? But you're hanging out at a bar before, during, or after a gig, and run into somebody who starts running their mouth. A couple things are said, and if he says the right things, you're like, oh, this motherfucker probably is legit. Like, this is somebody I'm going to hang out with tonight.
Yeah.
Like, this is the guy I want to tell me where to go after the show. He's like, oh, yeah, you don't want to go there. You want to go to this bar. You want to go to this club for the after party.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
You want to go to the right spot.
Yeah, and then there's those other motherfuckers selling wolf tickets. That's what me and Anwar call them. A bunch of fucking barkers. Running your mouth. A bunch of puppy dogs acting like you're big bad boys until a real wolf walks in the door and runs circles around you on your instrument. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, man, he scooped his tone to cover up all his mistakes. And it's like, that motherfucker just smoked you is what just happened.
True, yeah.
And now you're trying to fucking cover up your shit. Oh, dude, I've heard it all. I've heard it all, man. I remember hearing...
I do remember that, scooping your tone. But, I mean, they also had, like, the overdrive and the distortion. They had, like, the overdrive pedal, like, up to 10. You know what I mean? And then the volume was up to 10 on the overdrive pedal. It's just like...
Yeah. I actually heard this about ATB. I heard this about After the Burial.
Somebody said they were scooping mids?
Yeah, they said
That's
well,
baked.
They said they scoop their mids and they jack up their overdrive to cover up their sweeps. If they were to try to sweep like that with clean tone, they'd be sloppy.
Yeah, oh yeah. No, not at all.
Which is a thing.
Well, yeah, no, that is a thing.
However,
they're not sloppy.
Literally 2 weeks later, I was hanging out and I watched Trent pick up an acoustic guitar with horrible action that I had just tried to play 15 minutes before and set down because it embarrassed me how bad I was. And he ran multiple sweeps all the way up and down that neck. And I immediately disregarded everything that person had just said about After the Burial 2 weeks beforehand. I was like, okay, I know what you're talking about, but you're also wrong. And you're just hating because these guys are that good.
Yeah.
And you just want to pretend like you're on that level and you're not. This was 15 years ago.
Yeah. Yep. It was like before 2009, easily.
Well,
or maybe that was.
It was. It was definitely before 2009. Way before. It was like 2005, 2006.
I want to say they popped off 2010 maybe with In Dreams In Dreams. And that shit blew my mind. And then seeing those videos of them in Station 4.
That's crazy to me, dude. You know when they blew my mind?
Kind of blew my mind.
You know when they fucked me up? Like really fucked me up? The original release of Forging a Future Self.
Where was that one at? I'm not from here, so I would never know.
So that's their first record with Nick Wellner.
No, yeah,
on vocals.
I love that record. But what venue did they play?
Oh, no. It was the record. So we're driving. I'm in Solace and Ashes. And we're driving to Iowa to play a show. And I think it was Nick, but it could have been Pat. One of them's like, you guys want to listen to the new After the Burial? And I had no idea. I'm like, sure. And everyone else was like, fuck yeah. And they threw it in. And within 15 seconds, I sat up and I went, what the fuck is this? And they were like, this is After the Burial. You haven't heard of this? And I was like, no, start it over. And I didn't sit back down or lay back down for the rest of the trip. When we finished that 6-song record, I told them to start it over. And the entire trip back started over. And I listened to that record for like it completely changed the way I thought about writing music. Everything I thought I knew about how to write a song and how to structure a riff and what worked and what didn't work. Like, I was hearing riffs with timing and weird shit I had been fucking with for years, and I was like, it sounds cool, but it'll never make a good song.
Yeah.
And then I heard After the Burial turn those riffs into great songs. And so I was like, oh, what I thought was possible is irrelevant. Like, you can take anything and make it possible. You just need to know how to execute. And that is when I met and started really hanging out with Dalton. Like, I'd already known Dalton from a previous band, but that's when I really zeroed in with Dalton, and we were hanging out at Area 52 and that kind of shit. Because it was like, oh, this is the first guy that understands, like, there's a huge difference between an idea and execution. And that's one thing, to tie this back to your band, is that's one thing I think you guys are doing, is you guys have some really great ideas, which is code word for me and a bunch of people for a shitty
potential.
band. Yep. So when we were on tour, and you wanted to be like, man, this band sucks, but you didn't know who was listening, we'd be like, man, they have great ideas.
Yeah.
And the more enthusiastic you were about how good their ideas were, the shittier the band was. So you and I are sitting on tour, opening bands playing, and they're so bad. I go, these guys have some really good ideas. You knew I was going, this is a horrible band, and I have to get out of here because I can't deal with this anymore. I'm going to have a bad show. I know you've been there because we've all been there.
I try to stick around for all the bands during shows.
However,
sometimes
I just want to make sure that I'm not saying that code word while I'm talking about your band.
Yeah.
Because you have good ideas in context to what I was saying. I just want to make sure, like, some people know I say that. That's not what I mean this time. That's why I mentioned that. So you guys not only have good ideas, but you actually execute them. Tight, you're on point, they're artistic, they're well written, they're tasteful, they're thought out. And as complicated and technical as all of that is, you guys aren't, I mean, metaphorically, you're not, I'm going to say literally, but metaphorically, you're not literally whipping your dicks out at every chance you have, which is a serious problem in our industry of hard rock and heavy metal. So ego-driven about just showing how big your dick is, how great your fucking shit is. And it, in like, songwriting seems to take a step back, and I can hear it and I appreciate it, and I think it needs to be commended that you're showing a restraint. I can hear it in every player in that band that you're exercising a restraint and a tastefulness while you guys are writing songs. You guys are trying to create art. That is a huge fucking deal. I think that's really fucking cool, and I don't put those compliments. So congrats, dude.
I'll
give you a cheers on that one, dude.
Yeah, I love you.
Because I'm an asshole.
Dude, no. I think the main thing for us is just tastefulness.
It is very tasteful.
That's what we've always wanted to be. I kind of grew up as a big fan of Lamb of God, big fan of Pantera back in the day, obviously Metallica. And I think that we have a lot of that old school roots in our music. And I think it kind of comes through. I think it comes through with ATB as well. I think you hear Pantera-esque Metallica shits going on in there. And
I think there's some roots.
And
sure.
we're very much along the same lines. I wouldn't say that we sound much like them. I think we're very influenced by that band, but I would say I love this genre in general. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna throw an idea out there, and you tell me if you disagree or not. You guys cite and try to pay homage to the songwriting of the early 80s to late 80s metal songwriting.
Yeah.
But you're incorporating a modern day sound in order to execute.
Yeah, but I don't know, I think that a lot of us had a different, everybody's different. That's just me, I would say, and then, our earlier vocalist, Lewis, he was very much influenced by, like Pantera and like Lamb of God, just like me and our bass player, very influenced by Pantera, Lamb of God, new wave of American heavy metal back then.
Sure. Yeah.
Slipknot, Shadows Fall.
Lamb of God was the ultimate throwback.
Yep.
Outside of, he didn't sing.
Yep.
Lamb of God was the ultimate throwback to the new wave of British heavy metal.
Yep. Or American, yeah. But I would say I was really influenced by like Swedish, like melodic death metal and In Flames. Fucking Children of Bodom, shit like that. I love that stuff. Obviously,
who was the other one? In Flames, and there was one more.
The list just fucking goes
on. No, there's
on.
one. There's Soil.
Soil.
Soil or Soil Work?
Soil's from America.
Is it Soil
They're
Work
from
then?
America.
So it was In Flames and Soil Work.
Yeah, I loved Soil
Those
Work.
were the two European bands that basically,
Pop the fuck
without
off,
without even intending to do it, Soil Work and In Flames started what we now refer to as metalcore.
I would say. That is a crazy thing to think about because I do remember, like in the Kill Switch.
Yep, you'll hear
documentary.
You'll hear them talk. Yep,
we were going out with Soil Work at the time. We were like getting really close with Soil Work.
Yeah, and we were hardcore kids.
Yeah,
and then they changed the way we. Yep,
which is crazy to think about because I feel like metalcore, like you show like In Flames or Soil Work to a metalcore kid, and they're like, "Wow, what is this butt rock?"
Right.
But it's like along the same lines.
I got a lot of shit because I didn't like In Flames. I still don't like In Flames. And then
you didn't like early In Flames?
I just don't like any of it. I can't get into it. And I have this weird thing where I don't like any European music at all unless it's not heavy. Like if like any European band that tries to be heavy, I don't know what it is. I'm just like pass. Sounds weak. That's all I can give. That's all I can. That's as dumb as I am. All I can go is, it sounds weak. I don't know. but like you get into like any classic rock band or pop band, a lot of the British people, I'm like, fuck, these motherfuckers know how to write songs, man.
True.
Like Elton John, fucking Led Zeppelin. There's a grip of them and shit. But when they try to get heavy, like I've never once heard a European band. There's a bunch of rock bands. Like there's a bunch of hard rock bands. I feel like
they do it better over there.
That's so weird. They feel that way about us. Did you know that?
I don't know.
No, they do.
I don't know about nowadays.
The kids, it's super ironic and almost hyperbolic. They look at our music like it's superior, and a lot of us, most of us, look at their music like it's superior. So we're constantly creating this like almost competition to where we're inspired by the other one and we're trying to outdo them or do something different. And it's this beautiful cycle where
it really is. And it's very similar though when you think about it.
And it's
all pop structure.
Yeah.
Or it's all just
it all started off like literally you listen to anybody in the Beatles or any of those old British guys, they were listening to American black blues music.
Oh yeah.
That's what they were listening to. And then we listened to that shit, and then we did something else. And they listened to that, and then they did something else, and then vice versa.
Dude, yeah.
It's been going on for 100 years now.
Trying to say Zeppelin is like plagiarizing and shit because they covered a bunch of blues music back in the day.
Well, they did steal Stairway to Heaven.
Well, that's what people said.
Have you heard the original?
I have, but it wasn't like it. For me, it wasn't.
Really?
No.
See, for me, it was blatantly obvious.
Really?
Yep.
I feel like the chord progression was very chromatic, and it was like the same kind of like clean or like acoustic kind of tone.
Fair.
But that is a very common thing. Like
that's why they won in court.
Damn. Yeah.
Like the judge agreed with you.
Really?
The judge agreed with you.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, the judge was like, nope, it's not close enough. It's too simple of a comparison to say they stole it.
Yep.
Anybody could have come up with that. But when I listened to it, I was like, oh, you motherfuckers, all I would have needed to know was that this band opened for Zeppelin, or Zeppelin opened for this band. That's all. And I would have went, nope, you stole that because it's too close.
Damn.
And if you have ever
Like if they've played a
Yeah,
show, then
like-
you've clearly ripped them
Yep,
off.
because
Okay.
the more egregious one is "Sweet Child of Mine" by Guns N' Roses.
So I don't know anything about that one.
Dramatically obvious. The entire song. It's the entire song. The vocals are rewritten, and Slash wrote a new guitar riff over the top. The do dee dee do dee do dee do.
Whose song?
"Sweet Child of Mine" by Guns
Like
N' Roses.
who did they rip off?
I think it's an Australian band.
Okay.
Jamie's, look this up. So seriously, we're not going to play it because I'll get flagged for it, but I want you guys to see it in the comments so you can fucking pull this back and play it. Google Guns N' Roses steals "Sweet Child of Mine," and if you don't find that right away, I think I said mind. I didn't mean to do that. "Sweet Child of Mine," and if you don't find that, add in, I think it was an Australian band. You will find it, trust me, and listen to that on your own. And they definitely stole that song. All right, let's jump into some of these comments. These are fucking hilarious. These motherfuckers are going off. I don't even know. These all feel like inside jokes between you and your band members and a bunch of people who know you guys. So hopefully you guys are going to become a part of the community. Please hit subscribe. We're still on that grind to 1,000 subs. We need to get to 1,000 subs so YouTube will pay us. And just when you guys watch, we actually get paid. That's the difference between you hitting the red button and the not. If you don't hit that red button and we never get to 1,000 subs, we'll never get paid for doing this. We'll never make money. It's a bottomless pit. But all you got to do is hit that red sub button. It doesn't cost any money. It's free. And it helps us a ton. And I promise, when we get above 1,000 subscribers, I will stop asking you to subscribe. Promise that. The faster we get to 1,000 subs, the faster I will stop asking you to sub. All right. Let's get into some of these questions. I don't think you guys have heard any of my music, so you have no reason to believe anything I'm saying about my own credibility on the music industry. But just keep watching, because if I was full of shit, somebody would have called me out by now. And it's never happened. So apparently I'm not a complete idiot. But all right. So Dustin's back. He took a pee-pee.
Dipped out.
He took a little pee-pee. If you guys were curious why I just randomly shifted gears like that, I don't think I told him you were going to pee. I think you just walked
No, it
away
just
and I
needed
just
to
started
happen.
and I just started randomly talking to the camera. All right, Godspeed on that piss, by the way. I think that was last time. I think that was for me when I peed last time. Here's a question from Danny Westrom. You know Danny Westrom? You do? You're giggling so hard right now. It's hilarious. It's so funny. No, don't read it. I'll read it. Can we expect any of your solo material in 2021?
I mean, yeah.
Are you working on solo material?
I mean, I am. Yeah. Back on.
I don't know. I actually like the podcast better with them on.
You should just have them on then.
Well, because here's why. Because if we have them on, it gets rid of all the other noises to where the only thing I can hear is you and your voice. If we have these off, you hear the fan, you hear the candle, because it's one of those weird woodwick fucking things.
Yeah.
You hear all the background noise.
I appreciate that though.
Do you?
I like the
We
background
can do it with them
noise.
off. We can do them with them. And as long as they're not complaining, then we're good. Honestly.
Honestly, I feel like I'm probably extremely loud when
You're
the
not.
cans are on.
Nope, you're not. And don't worry about it, because I have compression and limiters.
Yeah.
I have everything on. You can't be loud. So it's really just a matter of like just getting comfortable with
Damn.
your monitor volume.
Dude, I didn't even see these little holes yet.
Oh,
there.
you didn't?
No.
Dude, look where your headphones are wired. Look at the bottom of the table over there on the side. No, down here. Yeah. All that's custom, baby.
Wow.
And then when
Very
we do
nice.
someday when we do remote phone calls, this one comes through the table and we hook up the room mic so the phone caller, not the audience, but the phone caller can hear us through their own mic, like evenly.
Damn.
Someday we're getting big time, guys. No, we had plans for the 420 special. Got canceled super last minute, like literally the night before everything fell apart.
Oh yeah.
One guy ended up having to work. Another guy, can't even remember why, he couldn't show up physically in person. some guy, one of the guests had to suddenly dip out halfway through. And so it was like, wait a minute. So for the second half of the podcast, it's just me and my guitar player, Dalton, actually. And I was like, that's not a 420 special. That's just a podcast. I was like, that's not going to work. So we had to cancel it. But that's what this was for, is we were going to do, eventually someday we're going to do remote call-ins when I figure out how to pull it off properly. And the person on the call will hear us through this mic, all of us at the table. It's like when Anwar called in, he couldn't hear you talking.
Yeah.
He's hearing me, and I'm slamming it through this mic. Someday it'll do everything through the computer, and it'll be beautiful. And then maybe we can get on some bigger guests, because I don't have the equity to get them in person, but I can get them on a Zoom call.
That's true.
But I got to be able to pull that shit off production-wise.
Yeah. Get like a here. That'd be sick if you had like 20 people in here.
Dude, we're going to do some crazy specials.
That would be a sick 420 special.
We have some specials planned for the future where there's probably going to end up being like a Joe Rogan end of the world podcast style rotation, because I'm going to fix up this room and the green room behind us. And so there could be 10 dudes hanging out back there chilling, and then we just rotate you guys in.
Oh, damn. That could be sick.
But I got a bunch of plans. We got some cool shit coming up for some live concerts and some behind the scenes shit and some different versions of some different podcasts, some hybrid podcasts. We'll get there. We'll cross that bridge when we come. A lot of people involved. It's like being in a band.
Yeah.
You know? Like, dude asked about the solo shit.
Oh, yeah.
You know what's great about solo shit? Do it yourself.
Do it yourself, yeah.
You getting some out in
That is a good
2021?
Yeah, probably not a chance, but
why not a chance? What's holding me back?
Because I mean, BTT is always the, it's always the one. That's where I put all my time and energy into, as far as my passion. It's my passion project. But I would say the guitar is probably my biggest, passion. So yeah, obviously coming out with an instrumental record. For sure in 2022, if it's not out in 20.
Beer roulette. Bell's too hard.
Oh yes, you got hooked up.
I got hooked up.
Yeah, but I just want it done right.
So not 2021.
So, yeah, I just want it done right. I mean, it could be 2021. I just want it done right, and it's probably just going to be an EP, and it's going to be done fucking well. That's all that matters. But yeah, I mean, I'm very stoked on the stuff I've come up with for that record so far. It's just not where I want it to be right now.
What's missing? Is it your performance on your guitar?
For me, a good headspace.
What does that mean?
I feel like I've been in such a fucking lame headspace as far as the pandemic goes. I feel like that really does make for good art, and I think I've come up with some good stuff. So I feel like I need the more like lighter aspect.
So
of
you
it.
being in the wrong headspace, how is that manifested itself? You're like lacking. So are you struggling with like creating more riffs? Is it a motivation issue? Are you not?
Yeah.
Is it affecting your performance when you go into track? Like, what do you mean by you're not in a good headspace?
For me, the motivation has always been there, actually. Like, as far as writing and recording, or hasn't, I wouldn't say always. There's been moments, but for me, it's like the stuff I've been coming up with has been kind of stale lately for me. So it's like
on a creative songwriting perspective.
I'm just trying to take everything in right now, and obviously life has been trash for me and like everybody and their brother right now. So it's like I kind of want to take a step back. Also, life has been a shitstorm for me, like moving into a new place.
That puts you into a negative space creatively, huh?
And
that's crazy, because you realize most of us are the exact opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Most of us, that's exactly what we need. Is our life to suck.
Yeah. No, and that's where I am. I've created a lot of really good shit for like during times like that. But lately we haven't even like I haven't even had a place to record. Like I've been living with Rachel and her parents, and it's just been like months of like not really having a studio set up.
Oh,
So it's
shit.
like, yeah, it's just been strange. So like we finally moved into
I
this
feel
new
that, though.
place, and I'm like, you know, setting up.
You're
the
just ear to
studio
ear.
right
I can
now.
see it in your eyes right now. I can see the glistening in your
I'm
eyes.
stoked.
You
I'm
are
finally
so
home.
excited when you're smiling. I don't know if it's showing up on camera, but you are fucking ear to ear right now.
Yeah,
Like
true.
you are so happy and excited to
I
be
got
in
a
your
nice
own
finished
spot.
basement to like rip some riffs down there. It's nice, and I'm in the best part of the city. And it's summer. Bars are open till 1 a.m. now.
And dude, the masks are getting lifted by no later
It's
than
terrifying.
July 1st.
That's terrifying.
Motherfuckers are gonna riot. You waited
I don't
too
think
long to.
that's-
You waited too long to lift the mask mandate because motherfuckers are gonna be so excited. Motherfuckers are gonna riot like we just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's how, like
Positive rioting.
people are gonna go crazy on just straight up partying because you're doing it July 1st, aka the weekend of Independence Day. Do you realize how many people are going to way overcompensate for the last year and 2 months of no bar, not a single business is going to enforce a mandate.
Yeah.
They're going to finally have a chance to make their money back that they've been literally losing for a year and 2 months.
That's true.
This was a terrible idea to wait this long. And
You
then
think so?
time it 3 days before the 4th of July. Dude, we are going to have so many alcohol poisoning deaths and so many people drunk driving. Like they should have done this like now. Like May 1st is what it should have
Damn.
been. They should have went May 1st, June 1st, but July 1st on 4th of July. Y'all didn't think this through. Y'all clearly don't drink. Whoever's making up these laws doesn't drink because they don't understand how motherfuckers are gonna hit hard that
Yeah.
weekend, dude. It's gonna be a crazy summer. It's gonna be a wild fucking summer.
Yeah, I mean, if people can't handle themselves, I mean, kind of got it coming to you.
I'm gonna give a
If
big
you're
shout
getting
out.
alcohol poisoning.
I'm gonna
out
give a
there.
big shout out to a bunch of random people that have never been in chat. Anomaly, shout out. Just kidding, can't wait for you guys to play with you guys.
Oh, hell yeah.
And Carnifex in DSM. What is DSM? Oh, Des Moines. Sexy. Emblem Faction. The Emblem Faction by the 1,000 should play
Nope, never. Never coming back.
Inculcate at the Carnifex show.
Ooh, inculcate. The
Inculcate.
ballad.
Inculcate.
Yeah.
It's a terrible song name. I'm
we
I'm
got
kidding.
some
We're
good
just
ones.
playing on the theme from earlier. The entire Emblem Faction is commenting, bruh. You know, Strangler says inculcate. It's a terrible song name. What are you doing with your lives?
one, man.
What are you doing with your
It's
lives?
a good one.
By far his favorite jam. Shit brought tears to his eyes, bruh. And he's been in D's ear big or revisiting. I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to say. Fug, yes. 3 Floyd Salmon. Oh my God, what was that? I have to read this one. 3 Floyd's Salmon Pants. I don't know what that means. 3 Floyd's Salmon Pants over here. What does that mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
3 Floyd's. Oh, I mean you shit your pants.
No.
I think.
It's the name of a beer.
Oh, I get it. Okay, I get it. We're talking about what beers we're drinking. Yes, Two Hearted, Spotted Cow, 3 Floyd's, Salmon Pants. Sounded like you shit your pants, but apparently that's the beer you're drinking. I hope it's good. Cheers to you guys. Let's do an overhead cam. Force main cam. See how much I got this down. Cheers. Cheers to you guys. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for hanging out in chat. I feel like we've gotten to a lot of my questions. Now we can just hang out. So now we're just going to jump into chat. You can ask me questions. We can just chat about whatever the fuck you want to talk about. It's always weird the first time you guys are on the podcast. because people really want to know as much as they can about you.
Yeah.
But you guys are never interested in telling those stories. It's crazy. For like the first 10, people were down to talk about their childhood and how they got into music. By the time we got to like episode 12 or 15, people were like, yeah, I don't want to do that, dude. Like, I just want to hang out and drink beer with you. So
Well,
it's
I do
very
love
hard for
talking
me.
about the childhood aspect of it. I feel like that's very near. I love that shit. Talking about the passion.
Dude, you're way too far from that fucking mic, bro.
Talking about the passion behind.
You were like a mile. You were like a mile away from it. I don't even
I'll
know
just
if
move
you
it
were
over here.
registering, dude.
But I'll just literally put it on my fucking face. Yeah. I feel
Toppling
like-
Goliath Imperial Golden Nugget. Let's just wrap this up, dude. Sorry, I got to do this. Otherwise, we'll never get to him, and I make him feel bad. Yeah, Toppling Goliath Imperial Golden Nugget. That's a beer. I know that's a beer.
sounds like it.
TG is such a solid brew. Blah blah blah. Okay, I'm not reading every comment. Okay, here we go. Finally, a comment relevant to what we were talking about. Steady Decline
Oh yeah.
is a fucking masterpiece. A Steady Decline is the opening track on Forging a Future Self. And what I was referring to is the original release, which cannot be found. It
Yeah.
doesn't exist.
I didn't know that.
Any version of Forging a Future Self is now been re-recorded multiple times with redone guitars on 8 strings versus the original 7-string recording. Wellner has been replaced.
Are you thinking of Rare Form where
No,
that was re-recorded?
no,
Because that was the thing too.
nobody. I'm talking the debut recording
Okay.
called Forging a Future Self with Nick Wellner on guitar, Craig.
Wellner was on vocals though.
That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Wellner on vocals, Greg Erickson on guitar, on bass. Oh my God, Jesus Christ! Oh my God. Pause. Give me a second. Wellner was on vocals. Greg Erickson was on drums.
Okay. I don't know the older aspects of it.
This is when they really burst onto the scene. So
Mhm.
when you mentioned like In Dreams when they blew up, dude,
Yeah,
they had
that's when I moved here.
okay,
yeah.
they had already been a legit big deal for a while.
In the cities, yeah.
And they were all younger than us.
Mhm.
So we were like 24,
Yep.
25, 26.
I remember
And then these motherfuckers showed up. Like,
Yeah.
actually, no, that's not true. I was like 22. I was like 22, 23. But they were still kids. Like, they couldn't drink yet.
I remember being on tour with Exodus and Creator and or an Epicurean and fucking we were at a venue in Seattle and we saw this flyer of ATB. I was like, who's ATB? Like who's After the Burial? Like fucking Epicurean was like, yeah, that's like the new fucking big ass band in Minneapolis. And they
Yeah.
fucking killed it, yeah.
Yeah. And they made everyone look like assholes.
I had a bet. I mean, yeah.
When they showed up, they made the rest of us look like assholes. They were so good straight out of the gate. And this goes back to before they burst on the scene, bro. Dustin, I'm telling you, like, I know people who are older than them, and they were between the ages of 14 and 17 and would come audition for these guys' bands and get turned down because they were too good. For real.
Damn.
Like Trent, I know people who had bands, and Trent from ATB auditioned for their band, and they were like, dude, you're way too good for our band. And this happened a lot.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
apparently
who
it
wants a
happened.
14-year-old in their band, though?
Well, here's the thing. Apparently it happened so much that, and I don't know if this is true. I'm going to wait till Trent comes on the podcast. It's only a matter of time. But apparently this happened so much. The local legend is that's why Trent and Justin formed After the Burial, because they couldn't get into anybody else's band. And it wasn't because they weren't good enough. It's because everyone else was like, either I don't understand what you're doing, or they were like, dude, you're way too good for what we're doing. You need to go do something better. Because this is
Sounds right.
I don't know if that shit's true, but the people that have told these stories, I don't know why they would lie about that. It seems like it makes perfect sense to me. And like I said, I know these guys like personally.
Yeah.
And they were like, dude, that dude showed up at 16 years old and ran circles around us. Like, and made us all feel bad.
Yeah.
And 3 years later, after the burial, was already a popular band. That's how. And then I've also heard stories, and I don't know how true this is, but I've also heard stories about how that band struggled for a couple years until Nick Wellner joined. And then Nick Wellner is the one who showed him how to promote, because he was part of that underground scene where it was all about networking and word of mouth and being friends with everyone. So it was kind of like this beautiful combination and timing of the right people who had the right skill set to
luck.
Contribute to, I don't know if I believe in luck. I believe in bad luck, because you can get just shot in a drive-by, right? That's bad luck. But any good luck can honestly be described with just opportunity meets preparation.
Yep. And you're in the right area.
I was always ready to take advantage of that opportunity, right? So like I could have met Ezra Tuolo and just not been in a position to build a real relationship. So you can't turn around and say it was just luck, but you can turn around and say, well, no, you really knew your shit. You had already paid your dues. You were prepared. So when this dude came up to you, you were able to hold a competent conversation.
Yeah.
It's a philosophical argument, but I'm not sure I believe in luck, but I do know that bad luck is just a thing. You know what I mean? Like, 4-year-old sitting on her little couch, little girl,
oh yeah,
watching cartoons and get shot in a drive-by shooting on a Saturday. That's bad luck.
Mm-hmm.
There's no opportunity. There's no preparation. She just simply got shot by bad luck.
Yep.
Stray bullet, blah, 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 blah. But good luck can almost always, I've never experienced a situation where you can explain it's just good luck. It's always preparation meets opportunity. And that's what I think most of us need to start admitting when we're looking at our careers, things that we're talking about tonight. Pay your fucking dues. Put in the goddamn work.
Oh, yeah.
Because when the opportunity shows up and somebody makes a phone call, you want to be able to say, yes, I can drive to Minneapolis and audition for your band and learn all of your music in 2 weeks and show up on tour with Exodus at 19, 20 years old. Yeah, I can do that. That was a lot of preparation. Somebody could go, oh, well, it was luck that so-and-so knew so-and-so who reached out to so-and-so. Fine. But if you weren't prepared to take advantage of that opportunity, then you're fucked. Then you're still sitting in Nebraska talking about, I can shred. I could out-shred that dude. I could be on tour with Exodus right now. Instead, you're the guy who did it because you were prepared to take advantage of that opportunity. I'm not willing to say that's luck. I'm not. Because there's too much work that goes into it. In the music industry, come on, dude.
Yeah. I think I just paid my dues in my bedroom in high school. Played a lot of guitar. Played to the metronome all the time.
Do you think that's where you paid your dues?
Well, because I didn't want to be in my bedroom when I was in high school. You know what I mean? I didn't want to sit there and practice scales, and like I did enjoy learning music and like how to write music and all that. But I think all the fun came after that as far as the industry goes.
Because I always thought of paying my dues as what I had to do live and on the road. Like truly proving myself amongst
I feel
others
like it never
and earning.
Ends. Like the work never ends, but yeah.
I don't feel like any dues were paid in my bed. I don't feel like, and I'm not telling you you're wrong. I'm really interested in this because you feel like you paid your dues and put in the work in your bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like my dues and nothing was paid until I got out there.
Yeah. To me, getting out there is the most fun.
Oh,
I'm
it was
very
definitely
extroverted,
fun.
so like
it was so fucking fun.
Getting out there is the most fun part. But when you're in your bedroom, it's like obviously you're like it's very weird at the beginning. I would say like learning how to play guitar well.
Your situation's not normal, dude. no one experiences your curve. Your experience into the industry,
Yeah.
that's 1 in a million, dude. Where you go from Nebraska to a signed band by Metal Blade to fucking starting your own thing, and now that's starting to really blow up. No one does that. You're in a league of a very few.
I would say I'm an old head though, or a
Maybe.
middle-aged head.
But you're still young, and the way it happened for you is like most people, it's like a 3-degree climb.
Yeah.
And it's a slow deal, a slow
Yep.
burn on 3 degrees. So it looks like nothing for years, forever. It looks
I
like
feel
you've
that.
done nothing. And then all of a sudden, 20 years later, at 3 degrees, you're way up here. I'm saying you did like this fucking.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
then you started to plateau and then
Mhm.
started your 3-degree climb. No one does that except for, like I said, the only person I've ever even heard of, let alone know, is Zakk Wylde.
Mhm.
Come out of that kind of obscurity and go straight to that
Mhm.
action. And we're not talking fame and fortune. Talking about going from nobody and obscurity to being on stage on a tour
With some like
with
heavy
guys
kind
who
of
have
guys, yeah.
really been there and done that. No one
Mhm.
experiences
Yep.
that. Do you ever have the ability to sit back and like appreciate that and how rare that is, or are you still so in it that you haven't been able to really look back yet?
I feel like I can't compare it.
You can't
to
look back yet?
to Zakk Wylde.
Well, not even that, but
know what I
just the
mean?
fact that how individual your experience is. Are you still
Well, yeah,
so
no,
in it that
I'm-
you can't?
No, I think about it all the time. I think about all the good shit that has come like at such a, you know, I feel like it's been all my, all I've ever dreamt of. You know what I mean? It's like everything you've ever wanted, and we haven't played to, over like 3,000 people. Like we haven't played like huge fucking arenas or anything like that, but like definitely something that I don't know.
I think what you're doing
It's
is
like
more
just-
important, though.
Yeah,
You're building
I mean,
real
even-
equity.
Even us playing to nobody in, Iowa somewhere.
When's the last
which
time
I
you
love
played to
Iowa.
nobody? Be honest. When's the last time you actually played a true bullshit show?
It has been a long time, and that's sick. That's a good thing. I would
That's
say.
more important
Yeah.
than playing once or twice for 5,000 or 10,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
Cute. None of that matters.
Yeah.
Anybody can win a battle of the bands and get an opening slot in front of 20,000 people. Literally, any local band can do that. All you need is a radio host who can pull a couple strings. Does
Mhm.
nothing for your band. However, being able to drive 500 kids in every town you play in to see you as the local headliner while there's regular local bands, popular bands,
Mhm.
opening for you,
Yeah.
if you can do that in every town, that will put you so much farther in this industry.
Mm-hmm.
It's obnoxious.
Yeah.
Because once you get 500, this is what I learned back in the day. I'm kind of an old head, right? I call them the old guard. Right? Because they're a bunch of old, jaded, bitter motherfuckers, and they all know who I'm talking about because I talk shit to their faces about it, and they've been on the podcast, and it's all good fun. So this ain't no weird shit. Don't try to fucking get weird. But here's the thing, man. This is something I learned from them. 0 to 500 fans is the hardest hurdle you will ever climb in the music industry.
Mhm.
I believe that is still true to this day, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's in Branson, Missouri, or Milwaukee, Wisconsin, getting in each town 500 people to regularly show up and see you as the headliner is the hardest hurdle you will climb in this entire music industry. And you're fighting that battle in every town you go to. So instead of trying to get big in your town and get signed and blow up and open for As They Lay Dying or Elton John, if you're in that style of music, right? And hope that you can get on the radio and get no, harder, but it's way more realistic. And the equity is what I'm getting at. I think what you're doing matters more because you guys are building a real, organic, equitable fan base from the ground up.
Yep.
That is truly yours. Like a Lamb of God,
Mhm.
like a Metallica, like
Yep. You pay your dues on the road.
yeah.
But at the same time, we also have put a lot of time and effort into the local scene here, because it is literally the best metal scene in America. Okay. Out of all of the fucking places we've played, metal scene.
I think I would say that there's one town that is a better music town. You said metal, I'm saying music.
Yeah.
There's one town that's a better music town than us, and that's Nashville.
Yeah. Nashville's a blast.
It's the only town, because in this town, I was trying to explain this to people in Dallas, because I was like listening to a bunch of local bands in Dallas, you know, because I'm out there networking. I'm meeting people at the bar and shit. And like my favorite one was when some girl was like, "Oh, you do a podcast?" And I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "And you're like trying to get people on your podcast?" And I'm like, "Yeah." Because I was at this bar and I was hanging out with a bunch of legit famous people.
Damn.
I will prove all of this. I'm not bragging. There's a reason I'm not dropping names yet. I will prove all of this when they come on the podcast when I go back to Texas. I don't want to hear shit about it. But dude, I'm like legit people. And the waitress walks up. She's like, "Oh, so you do like a podcast?" I'm like, yeah. And she's like, "And you're like here trying to get people on?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Did you say you're a musician and you're also like super into metal?" And I was like, "I mean, I guess so. Yeah. What are you getting at here?" And she's like, "Have you ever heard of it's like some fucking like Bloodshot?" And I was like, "Yeah, I've heard of them." Because, you know, there's 47,000 bands in America named Bloodshot or whatever the fuck this band's name was. She's like, "That's my boyfriend's band. He's really good. You should have him on." And I'm like, that's about the closest thing to your mom walking up and being like, "My son's really charming and he has a great butt and he's really talented." Like, and I looked and I turned to the dude next to me and I go, "That's the fastest way for you to not get booked in this industry." And he went, "What?" And I go, "In the music industry, fastest way to not get booked is have your girlfriend run around and pimp your band for you." I'm not even interested, but just to see this out, I'm going to listen to this band. And I asked her, I'm like, "Show me a link, blah, 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 blah." Man, that band was bullshit. They were out of 2001. They just put out a record last year. They sound like they're from 2001. I sound like a ranting, arrogant prick right now. Here's my point. I have a legitimate point to this rant. You got done bragging 10, 20, 30, 40 seconds ago about how great of a musical town this is. You're so fucking right. And I'm going to tell you why. Because I'm sitting down there in Dallas, a way bigger city and state. 29 million people in that state. There's like 6 or 8 here, depending on what numbers you look at. Regardless, I'm trying to explain to these guys, no. Listen, the reason I sound like a dick right now and I'm judging that guy's band is because where I'm from, I can pick up a rock and I can throw it in any direction and hit a prolific guitar player in the face. They're everywhere. It's the town of Prince. So not only is there a lot of musicians, but we have the highest expectations. Like, you don't get to be in Minneapolis and be bullshit and pretend you're the shit. Like, it just doesn't work like that, dude. Not where I'm from. And I would admit to these people regularly. I go, there's one town in this country that I will admit is a better music town than Minneapolis, and that's Nashville. Because from what I've heard, and I've never been to Nashville, but everyone I know and respect, like a John Gensmer, and I'm only mentioning him because he's a mutual connection, but I know a lot of people in this industry that are like, no.
That's where the crazy players are.
You go to Nashville, you mentioned that rock metaphor in Minneapolis. In Nashville, all you got to do is just like reach your arm out in a direction, and you're going to hit a prolific musician on any instrument. That's how fucking elite Nashville is. Because you make money
down there.
Yeah, live, session, all of it. Yep. There's very few towns in this country that can hold a candle to what's going on here. Yep. So I'll buy the argument on the metal scene thing.
Yeah, the metal scene is like, I haven't seen it even.
And the hip hop scene. One of the strongest underground hip hop scenes in America is right here in Minneapolis, St. Paul. Rhymesayers, yep. Used to be the boys from Northeast. I can't remember what their label was called. The something Prophets, Unknown Prophets. Yeah, the Unknown Prophets used to be a group. when Rhymesayers and Slug and all that first started. Unknown Prophets was a group from Northeast. Yeah, this is a town where you can really cut your teeth. And if people in this town, I keep burping in the middle of fucking phrases.
Dad noises.
I think it's the switching of the beers. I get a little burpy when I drink beer, but I think when I switch styles or brands, I think I get a little more burpy. I keep literally burping in the middle of sentences. But if people in this town start talking about you, you're legit. That's the thing. That's the point of this town. Like, and tell me if I'm wrong. Is that true in Nebraska where you were from? Like, because like in this town, if everyone starts talking about you, you are legit. Is that true in other states where you're from? Like Nebraska or Iowa, if you guys are in the comments, because Des Moines,
I would say
Des Moines maybe. Des Moines put out some heavy hitters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it really depends on the scene, and I would say as far as Nebraska goes, there wasn't really ever a big metal scene. You know,
what
when
about
we're talking
just
about
musicians?
metal.
Is there a big country scene?
Well, yeah,
there?
no, there's a big folk. I would say folk and, you know, like Bright Eyes and shit like that from, you know, mid 2000s. That was the big thing.
There is good original music coming out of
good
Nebraska.
Original music coming from, and a lot of great musicians.
Where's the music scene in Nebraska? Is it Lincoln? Is it
I
Omaha?
would say it would be Omaha and Lincoln. Yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Have decent.
Mm-hmm.
But you guys still look at us in Minneapolis as kind of like a step up.
I mean, even after living here for as long as I've lived here, it's infinitely better. And,
I mean,
but at
I
the same
get
time,
this being here.
I still feel like it's up there with Chicago. I wouldn't.
It's a better music scene than Chicago. Chicago is a shit town for music.
I know that it's just highly populated there. You know what I mean? It's like,
highly populated, but it's a shit town for music.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's pumped out the jams year after year. You know what I mean? But it's like
that's why Lincoln
just
Park
so
was
many
such
people.
a big deal.
Yeah,
Lincoln Park is one of the, and there's a couple rappers.
Mm-hmm.
Very few
Kanye.
music artists make it out of Chicago, and
Mm-hmm.
usually they pull an Epicurean, they get signed and claim they're from somewhere else. So they didn't really pop.
They were
in the
claiming
city.
they're from somewhere else.
A lot of people have. A lot
Epicurean
of bands.
was?
Yeah, they didn't, but their record label made them claim they were from L.A. I said this at the beginning of the podcast.
I don't remember that at all.
I said this right when we started.
remember.
So when Epicurean got signed, the label said, no, you're not from 98 in Minneapolis. You started in 08 in L.A. And that was because it made them look old and we talked about this. I confirmed this with Gensmer on the podcast. This is fact because they got trolled locally. Oh, fuck those guys. As soon as they got signed, they sold out and said they were from L.A. And I remember sitting there and I just remember going, you guys, like, that's not a decision any musician would make. That's a record label decision. And I guarantee you that record label did X, Y, and Z. And I've been speculating that for almost 20 years now. And Gensmer, on one of the episodes he was on, probably the first one, I go, we need to put this rumor to rest. How did this go down? I'm going to give you a scenario. Tell me if I'm right. And he goes, that's 100% correct. The record label forced them in their own bio on their own Metal Blade site to pretend they were formed in 08 and formed in LA because it made them look old, pathetic, and unsuccessful if they admitted they had already been a band for 10 years
Since
before that
98,
in Minneapolis.
I can see the 98 thing, but like changing where you're from, like them making you change where you're fucking from.
Made them sound fresh, hip, and current. And to be fair, and John and I both talked about this, kind of was a rebirth when they went to LA. Like it kind of was a new.
You mean when they signed with LA?
Well, they kind of like went to LA.
Really?
and-
You mean like they're like playing shows or?
yeah, they started like going out there and
Okay.
like
I didn't know anything about
They started
that, yeah.
touring with H&M, and they did East Coast and West Coast, and then they got signed. And I think Metal Blade's based in LA, or at least on the West Coast. So like it was, like I've said my entire life, growing up with guys in the industry, from a little kid being able to meet guys, something I learned at like 9 years old, just listening. The old guys there's more there's more business in the music business than there is music. This is a perfect example of that. There really is. It's a business, and there's more business in it than there is music, period. Whether you like it or not, deal with it. If you want to survive, admit it, adapt, and overcome. Because if you just want to play a victim like the old guard, then you're going to get left behind. Or you could be part of the fucking New Republic, as I'm calling you guys.
Yeah.
Right? Which is the By the Thousands, which is the Uncle Daddies,
Mm-hmm.
which is the Vias, which is the Stormbreakers. These bands that are not, they're not playing victim to the internet. They're not playing victim.
I love the internet.
I fucking love it too, man.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, there's two different mindsets going right now. The internet ruined everything, and I miss giving out CDs which I miss giving out CDs too, by the way, but it's done, so get over it. And then there's you guys who have completely adapted. You're online, and you're fucking crushing it. You're drawing crowds. You're selling tickets. You're selling merch. Some of y'all motherfuckers. Another one is, oh my God, they're going to kill me. Give me a second. The Failsafe.
Oh, yes.
Failsafe. I convinced them on this podcast to start a Patreon. Within like 9 days, they're making more money on their Patreon than I am. Granted, I'm only making like $10-12 a month. Why y'all need to subscribe. But real though, the only reason we do the Patreon thing right now is because if this gear breaks down, I don't have the budget to drop another $1,500 to go grab a new computer tomorrow. If this shit breaks down, like, we need those Patreon subscribers so we can keep this thing going and keep growing. It's not about me like getting rich and paying my bills. It's like literally making sure this $5,000 rig doesn't just shit out on me one day and I have an ability to fix it. But yeah, I convinced the Failsafe guys. I'm like, start a fucking Patreon, dude. Put extra content. And they did it, and immediately, like within 9 days, they're making almost $100.
Damn.
Like,
Very
it's not a
nice.
lot of money.
Yeah.
But like within a few days, think about it. If you only charge $5 for your Patreon, and you get 10,000 people to sign up for your Patreon, it's $50,000 a month. That's $600,000 a year, you guys. Come on.
Yeah.
Split that 6 ways. Each a year making $100,000 a year. Come on. What are we talking about? Don't tell me it's worse. Don't tell me the internet has made it harder.
No.
Don't tell me there's too many bands out there. Nah. Do what you're doing. Do what By the Thousands is doing. You started a band in 2012. It's 2021. You haven't quit. You're just now hitting a stride. That's what people need to understand. It's about patience. It's about growth. It's about getting better. It's about paying those dues and cutting your fucking teeth. You started your career with a signed band and opening for Exodus. And then you, a couple step back, beginning of the podcast, you said, but I knew it was attainable. So you started a new band and you went for it. 9 years later, you're really starting to hit some traction. I mean, and you guys have had traction for a long time.
Yeah.
But now it's like something else is happening. Because now the algorithm is starting to force your band down the throats of people who weren't even looking for you. Like me. I'm not even into gent music. But the algorithm knew, no. You need to follow these guys. You need to listen to this band. All the social media platforms, it wasn't just one. It was different members. It was different pages. It was different things. But this name, By the Thousands, kept coming up. And I finally was just like, fuck, play it, fine. Same thing with Uncle Daddy. The exact same story with Uncle Daddy. Totally different style of music, by the way. But these are bands that haven't given up. They've been paying their dues. They've been doing it the right fucking way. And even the internet algorithm who has no emotional incentive towards anything They see trends, they see traction, and then they push it farther. But that's how I know what you guys are doing is right. Is because now that I've been studying how the internet works, the internet doesn't make or break or decide shit. It simply suggests things to you that people around you are into.
Mm-hmm.
That's what trending is. That's what it means.
And if you got money.
If Tim Java's in the chat, he'll actually back me up on this, because this is literally how, no, you don't need money.
Yeah.
You don't. Because like if you started making a type of video that started getting popular and traffic started getting pushed towards it, other people have the ability to search and see what's working on a new level, not even the highest level, but on a new level. And they go, oh, this is a new thing. Let's make content like that, which pushes more people to that type of content. So it snowballs, and all of a sudden now that's what everyone's making. Look at streaming, game streaming, Call of Duty, Destiny, any video game, right? People immediately snowball to the top of that. Whether you're in Texas or Minnesota, Boston, Miami, or Sacramento, if you type into Google, the Earth is, it'll autofill a different answer to that, round or flat, based on what people around you are searching. That's how the internet works. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when people around me are getting into your band, all the internet algorithms start stuffing your band down my throat. And they're like, dude, you host a podcast, you have musicians on, everyone's into this band, you need to get this band on. The algorithm did that.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I was like, oh shit, this band's legit, somebody in my personal life was like, yeah, dude, that's my buddy, you need to have him on your podcast. I was like, okay. Where were you 2 months ago? My own friend didn't even know to tell me to have. The algorithm knew more than my friend did. You see what I'm getting at here?
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of fucking frightening. But it was also legit.
Yeah.
Like, you guys are a really good band. It wasn't some weird fake bullshit where you bought a bunch of ads. No, this was an organic thing that you've been building for 9 years. 9 years, Dustin.
Yeah. We've had good shows from most of those years, too. Had a lot of sick-ass Minneapolis shows right out of the gate. I think that was a big thing.
What's the worst show you ever played in your life? Not including your very first band.
I would say
so Epicurean or
the worst
or
show
BTT.
ever, the worst show experience ever would have been a show that we did in Davenport, Iowa, with Reflections, and that
was one of those gent bands I wasn't going to mention earlier.
Dude, they're the homies, man. But it was like a show. Yeah, it was a tour that we did with them, and the fucking promoter was just on that booger sugar a little too hard, and tried to not pay anybody. You know what I mean? And yeah, like we played, and then Reflections was like, "Hey, we're not getting paid. Like, we're not gonna fucking go on."
This is why you either want or don't want me on tour, because when the booger sugar kicks in and motherfucker doesn't want to pay.
Yeah.
I don't care how big he is. We're getting motherfucking paid.
We're getting paid.
And either I'm getting kicked out of a band that night or I'm a fucking hero.
Yeah.
It's one of the two, motherfucker. That's why you either do or do not invite me on a tour. Because we're getting fucking paid, bro.
Yeah.
We're getting paid in cash or we're getting paid in blood. Like, one of those motherfuckers is happening. Because we don't do shit BS. For free.
The dude just like skipped out and then like somehow showed up later on, like after Reflections was like supposed to play.
And everyone got fucked, you said, right?
He ended up paying.
No
like he showed up way
way.
later to end up paying. But like at the beginning of the night, he got on stage and like had a big old speech before any band played. Like he didn't have enough money to pay everybody. but he like had enough balls to like go on stage
And then later
fucking
still showed up and paid everyone.
it was insane. Yeah.
So
Hey, yeah.
somebody like me had a little talk with him after he made that first speech.
Yep. Somebody had to talk with him. Yeah.
Somebody pulled him aside and said,
Yep.
you're going to go to the ATM and you're going to take this one in the butt because you're paying us or you're not leaving here with your car. Somebody brought him to the ATM that night at gunpoint. That's what happened.
That's what I'm saying. The only cool part about that venue, other than it being like
and
a
it wasn't the
big-ass-
opening band.
No, it wasn't for sure. But
the opening band was like, no, we'll play for free at school. We'll do it for the exposure.
but it was the fact that like Jimi Hendrix played this same venue. Hendrix, like Slipknot, Korn back in the day, like
the ghost of Hendrix will
some
haunt you.
big ass like ballroom, like it looked like a gymnasium.
Dude, imagine some fucking gangster, not
Yeah.
a gang banger, but like a gangster like
from
a
back
fucking
in the day, yeah.
like an Italy style fucking offer you can't refuse. Brings you aside and goes, listen, there's a lot of people in this room tonight, and you're not going to pay these
You're
bands.
getting paid with exposure.
Jimi Hendrix played in this room, and you're going to try to not pay these bands? Well, guess what? If you die here tonight, I'm going to kill you, and then you have to live in this venue with Jimi Hendrix's ghost for the rest of your life. You're not going to rest peacefully because you're going to be resting with Jimi Hendrix, an artist of artists, amongst people and ghosts who you fucked over. That's hell. And he's like, all right, let's go to the bank. I'll pay everyone.
Maybe that's what it
I'll
was.
pay everyone. I can't deal with that shit. Because the right guy in the right voice makes the right speech. And you're on cocaine? Yeah, you just saw the face of God. You ever done cocaine?
No, I have not actually.
I've only done it a couple times, and I never did a super shit ton of it to where I like got weird.
Yeah.
I did such a small amount where it was like taking a tiny little bit of mushroom. Tiny little bit, right?
I've
like,
taken a tiny bit of mushrooms.
yeah, where you kind of feel a little loosey-goosey, like time slows down a little bit. You kind of feel like you're being a little weird.
Yeah.
Like, and you're kind of like, everyone's looking at me, but you're not like paranoid, but you're kind of like aware. That's about, you know, and then as soon as my buddy was like, no, dude, it's like mushrooms, where like you're not actually, since you're on coke, you think you're being weird. And I was like, oh, okay, cool, I got it. And then the rest of the night was fine.
Yeah. Oh, so it's like weed.
A lot like weed, yeah. Yeah. It just feels different. It just feels different because when you're on weed, man, you're like more aware of your own thoughts, but you're not as aware of like I don't know how to. But point being is, I've been around dudes who've been like blown out on coke. You got somewhere to be?
No, I'm good.
You keep picking up your phone. Is there people texting you?
I'm getting popped off right here.
All right, motherfuckers, you're not in chat. You're getting busted out. Read them. Read them online. You guys are texting my podcast guest. I'm not even guilting him. He doesn't know any better. He's not used to this. You all watch podcasts, and you have the balls to text the guest during the podcast. You guys are being dicks. How can we sit here and do a good podcast when you guys are distracting him with text? Put your questions and comments in chat. Don't be dicks. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. He's going to feel like an asshole if he ignores you. Period. Right? Like, if you want to be on the podcast, then call. And he'll put the thing up to the microphone, and we'll all be a part of it together. But don't be that guy. Don't be that guy, you're so cool, you're going to text the guest while he's on the pod. Come on, dude. Don't do that. Seriously. It's distasteful. Either put your shit in chat or call him so we can all be a part of the same joke. Don't do that. Sorry, I had to say that. I had to say that, dude, because I give my own friends shit about that. Like, don't fucking text me, dude. Put that shit in text, in chat, like, so everyone can be a part of the joke, or call me so you can be on the podcast. Don't text me during a fucking podcast. So if I give my friend shit, giving your friend shit. Yep. Looking at you guys. Hold on. Where's my camera? There it is. Looking at you guys. Looking at you. I'm looking at you like a little league 8-year-old baseball player. See how intimidating I am when I do this? It's not very intimidating at all. I like to pretend it is.
Could be.
It's not, though. It's not, though. All right, so what else are you guys up to, man?
Just writing another one.
What do you mean?
Another record.
Not everyone knows what you're saying, dude. You're talking to a musician, but not everyone is listening as a musician. So just remember, some people here are super confused by our lingo. So writing another one. Writing an album? You're writing a new album?
Yeah.
When's it coming out?
Who knows?
Oh, come on, man. You got to give me
I wouldn't set a date if I fucking, if I wasn't done with
but
the
like
record.
timetable it, this year?
Yeah, it's hard to say.
Are we looking at a 2021 release?
I would love that.
Dude,
but
if Marvel can listen to me, if Marvel can push back movie dates, you can push back album dates.
That's true.
Why do you guys
it never looks good though.
Why do you guys come on this podcast like it's ET? Like, it's not Entertainment Tonight, man. No one's blogging about this. No one's citing this. We're not a media source yet. And yes, my shirt is Cher Guevara. I saw a comment about that earlier. Yes. It's Cher in a Che Guevara thing. Yes, it's called Cher Guevara. One of my favorite t-shirts. But for real though, it's not ET. You guys feel, I feel like you come on here and either it's my bad because I'm presenting a situation where I feel like I'm trying to like get some breaking news, or you guys are just like clamming up and feeling worried. Like,
No,
dude,
really,
you can just
for
like
the-
give us a target, and if it gets pushed back, it gets pushed back. No one
one
cares anymore.
But 2021 is so, there's only so much of it left, and then to not have.
You mean like most of it? Come on, dude.
There's not much
We
left.
just touched May.
Yeah.
You mean there's literally over half of it left? What do you mean there's
I feel
not
that,
much
but
left?
That's not enough time to create what we normally like put in. You know what I mean? It's like we have a lot of
so maybe
songs.
2022.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
so just
Yeah.
like throw out a random.
It'd be like early
idea.
to mid 2022 for sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
so confidently we're looking at 2022 for the new
Yeah.
stuff. That's confidently, but still tentative.
Yeah,
And
we're
just
very,
like Marvel, by the thousands, an equally powerful media house by the thousands, equal to Marvel, undisputed. If we don't hear by the thousands in a Marvel movie within the next 5 years, let's cancel them. Let's do that. We actually should start a petition to get by the thousands in a Marvel movie. I think that would be a fucking badass backing track for a fight scene.
I agree.
Let's do that, you guys. Let's fucking do that. I'm for real. Somebody out there, go to that stupid site where all the petitions start, and let's get I guarantee if we get 5,000 signatures, they'll put you in. I guarantee
you
it.
never know.
I guarantee it. If we can get 5,000 people to vote for By the Thousands to be a backing track in a Marvel fight scene, because maybe it won't be a movie, but they do those TV shows now.
That's true.
And they're going to have a lot of fight scenes to cover. They're going to need a shit ton of music. I think we can pull this off. 5,000 signatures. At 5,000 signatures, they're going to look at this motherfucker. They're going to be like, all right, who's this fucking band everyone's talking about? Just like me with the stupid algorithm. Our 5,000 signatures on a petition is like a version of the algorithm. You just need a little bit of momentum, a little bit of attention. I think we could do it, bro. If you got to pick the character who's fighting during the scene your band is being played over, who is it and why?
Ollie the Hulk, because he's a thick boy.
A thick boy
know.
nation. Are you a Brendan Schaub fan?
No, I'm not really.
You don't even understand the reference you just
No,
made.
I know him, but I don't know.
Thick Boy Nation is a whole thing.
That's amazing.
That's all a UFC fighter who said, yeah, Thick Boy Nation is a whole thing that he started. That's hilarious that you just cited because he's a thick boy. And just so you guys know, we're talking THICC. Thick boy.
I don't know. I feel like I mean I'm not really into Marvel or any of that stuff really.
What's wrong with you?
Dude,
who hurt you as a child that you can't be into superheroes?
I love superheroes and I was into them when I was a kid, but I don't know.
Oh, you're a DC guy. That's okay.
I liked it all.
I was a DC guy until the movies started getting made, and they just can't seem to make one other than the Dark Knight trilogy. Like
That's
they're all other than the Dark trilogy.
They've been bad, yeah.
And that's what I'm calling it, the Dark trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
They're really bad movies between the lighting, the storytelling, the dialogue. There's huge problems with all of the DC movies. Every single one of them, except the original Wonder Woman. The original Wonder Woman is an exceptionally well made.
Damn, never seen it.
For real? It is really well made. The only reason, so I enjoyed it the most like a year
You
ago.
mean the original from like the 70s?
No. The original.
Like the newest one.
Yeah, with Gal Gadot.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. Yeah,
yeah.
I'm sorry. Because we're talking about the DC thing. I almost a year ago, I made the same argument, but I couldn't articulate why. But after a year of doing research on lighting and camera work and audio to do this podcast,
yeah,
I stumbled across a lot of information and a lot of reviews and like, dude, that first Wonder Woman movie, now I can tell you why it's well. I'm not going to because you don't really care, but like I could spend an hour educated and like really articulate, but Wonder Woman is a very, very well made film. The rest of that DC, except for Shazam, was actually pretty well done. Shazam was actually kind of impressive. You go check that one out. That one has like a Marvel vibe to it. It dipped into the humor, but the very few moments in that movie where Rogan, you watch Rogan?
Sometimes.
Rogan
I
calls
used to more.
Rogan calls them what the fuck moments.
Okay.
Where you're watching a Game of Thrones, or you're watching a random movie, James Bond or whatever. And you just go, what the fuck? Come on. There's very little of that in Shazam and Wonder Woman. Very little of that in any Marvel movie.
Yeah.
DC in their universe has Suicide Squad one. Did you watch that with Margot Robbie?
I tried.
Dude, what are you doing with your life?
I tried watching it. Didn't.
Oh, you tried? Okay. Well, you're doing something. I'm just kidding. You've done so much more with your life than pretty much all of us. The rest of us are sitting here like losers, worried about Marvel movies, and here you are like doing actual good things and writing songs. We have no right to give you shit about not caring or knowing about Marvel movies or DC movies. Let's just be perfectly honest. This is what the rest of you should be doing with your lives. Instead, most of you are like me, and you're drinking beer and watching Marvel fucking TV shows, talking about how great life was before the pandemic.
Yeah. Hey.
All right, so you got some new music coming out, and hopefully we're looking at confidently, but not assertively, 2022. Confidently. That's fair, because, I mean, honestly, like, I get what you're saying. I mean, 2021's kind of already, like, in flux.
Yeah.
So oh, man, I think I just figured out a new way to explain this. I think I just figured out a new way to make normal people. Okay, so the work you put in, this is what we do in the music industry. Yep, I just figured it out. Okay, so what he's trying to say for the listeners who aren't watching live or looking at us, I think I just figured this out. The work we put in this year pays off next year.
Definitely.
The work we're going to do next year pays off the following year. So they're gonna continue to work on what they've got going on, keep pushing the snowball that is. And as you guys continue this process, you're confident that you'll be ready to record and release an album in 2022.
Yeah, I mean,
because 2021 is already kind of taken up with momentum that you built in 2020.
Well, not necessarily. It's more so we're kind of building the animal, the monster in fucking 2020. We're in 2021, we're writing, what's going to be coming out in 2022 essentially. I'm good. I kind of got a bounce in a.
Oh, you had dip out soon?
Yeah, late din.
You got a late din?
Oh, yes.
What's going on?
The lady.
Oh, you know what? I suppose it's 9:30.
Yeah.
We've been going for a while.
3.5 hours.
4.5 hours. Started at 5.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, we
Damn.
should wrap this up, dude. Holy shit. This was a blast.
Damn.
And you know how I know it was fun? Because we didn't get anywhere. This is just 4 hours of us hanging out. This is a shit show. I hope you guys enjoyed this. Dustin, where can people follow you specifically if people are interested?
It's typically just Dustin Korth.
Yep.
USTINKORTH.
On Instagram,
on
right?
pretty much everything, yeah.
But Instagram's your main thing you're pushing, right?
Yep, well, that and YouTube.
Good.
YouTube.
I put the Instagram link in the comments for you. And then if people want to check your band out, I put the YouTube channel in here. They can also stream you guys by the thousands, wherever you stream, listen to your music.
Yeah.
Correct, Spotify, iTunes, the whole deal. By the thousands. I put a link for your Instagram page and your band's YouTube page. Make sure you guys go follow and sub to both of those. And wherever you want to listen to their shit, it's by the thousands. Very simple. Just no one else named that. Brilliant band name.
Yeah, our original drummer.
I mean, it kind of has a hardcore vibe just because, the 3-word, phrase thing, but whatever. No one gives a fuck. Good band name, dude. Easy to remember. It's easy to spell. Great band name. And it's everywhere. And it's original. And you're not going to search by the thousands and find 15 different.
Yep. We were lucky there.
Great. You hit a home run, man. Is there a great band?
Thank you, man.
Let's play one more tune before you get out of here because we got one more.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we'll wrap this bad boy up. So this is going to be I don't remember what videos these are in order, but
I don't think you played Despondency.
Is that what this one is? They can still hear us right now. Well, we're playing this one.
Yeah. This is old school shit.
Right, now we're muted. Yeah, dude, that shit's fucking pulling no punches. Like, it's so good, dude.
Thank you, man.
Bangers. They're all bangers. And it's one of those deals where you're watching motherfuckers, and I'll quote Kyle Wassinger, it's Mortal Kombat.
True, yeah.
Like, it's kill or be killed. That's what you guys are doing when you step up, and I can feel that, and I appreciate it. That shit's banging, dude. So make sure you guys follow my boy Dustin here. Link is in the description on Instagram. Follow the band's YouTube channel, which is also a link in the description. Make sure you hit like and subscribe on this video as well. We're still trying to grind to 1,000. Obviously, you guys can see what we're doing, so we appreciate all the love and we appreciate all the support. Dustin, thank you so much for being here, my brother.
Thank you for having me.
Great honor, man. You guys ain't fucking around, man. You guys are gonna do some really cool shit.
I appreciate
and
it.
I feel it coming. I see it coming. The algorithm is showing it. The algorithm is shoving that shit down our throats, which means you're already doing it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what that means. So I'm very proud of you guys. I think it's really cool. It's very impressive. And you're definitely deserving all this momentum you're getting. Because you put in the time, you put in the effort, paid your dues, and motherfuckers who I respect are talking about you. So that's a big deal, dude. Congratulations. Honored to have a podcast before you guys get to.
Thank you so much
guys
for having me.
No problem, dude. You want to do it again? You want to come back on?
Oh, yes.
This was a blast, dude.
I'll bring some of the dudes.
Let's do it.
Yes.
Bring all the dudes.
All
naked.
I'll bring 20 dudes in here.
Naked. All naked dudes. That way we can finally get some lady viewers. Or maybe a little bit more of the gay crowd. Either way, I'm cool with it. We just need more subscribers, guys. Love you guys. Don't forget to hit that red button like it owes you money. And we are going to be out in 2 seconds. Thank you guys, and we love you.